Testing. Hey everyone. Okay, so a little bit of exaggeration. You're the only class conscious streamer I know. Um, I do think this is going to be my last political live until at least November. Um, Friday I have Tuffy surgery, and then um, I think it's like a week or so after that. I'm not going to be in town, and I just kind of want a little bit more time to reorganize what we're going to be doing with these lives going forward. It's kind of just been a clusterfuck, and it's been the schedule's been off, and it's been some debates and some just yelling. And will you still be streaming? There's a chance that I'll go live for some Mario, maybe. But yeah. Now the good news is that because I know that we're going to be off um, the main account on TikTok for almost a month, we can get a little spicy and risk a ban. So we're gonna do it. The topic we're gonna do. I can prove you are one of these four, at least one of these four in 10 questions or less. Um, and we're going to do that right now. Well, we're gonna make the background right now. So first, let me just see what we got here. So not then clickbaiting. um, Yeah, I mean, I did put the question mark, and who knows? Maybe after 3 weeks off, I'm like, I decide not to go live again. Maybe I find a new calling. Um, Sorry, I'm just sowing doubt. I apologize. Uh, nah, you'll be back. You love us too much. True. You still gonna do gaming streams? I mean, I'm gonna leave the door open to it. If I just feel like seeing everybody and relaxing for a bit, I'm not gonna um say no. Also, we're kind of in the middle of Super Mario Eclipse. You should make long form videos about weird and creepy people in our Congress or whatever. That's a very interesting topic. Um, Stuffy, what's up? Didn't I just feed you? Okay, so uh, you think that's small enough? Could be a bit smaller. Okay. Yeah, I'm okay, Oscar. Dan, are you clickbaiting us? A little bit. Just a smidge. Insurrection at Dan's house tomorrow. Because I'm a grifter. I do it for the money. Oh, okay. Before we go live on TikTok, we have to add these new sounds. Hold on. Carmine went fucking hard with these.
I said, well, let's see how we say that. Acetaminophen. Acetaminophen. Is that okay?
And then we also just have the
Well, let's see how we say that.
on its own, which is pretty nice. But then here is the
I'm beating him off. I'm beating him off.
okay. We're gonna have to assign those to some gifts, but in the meantime, so what I want to do is I don't mean to do that. Jesus, Mariah. All right, I'm gonna go to Canva real quick and make a background. Bear with me, all. Oh, right. I have to find the correct Canva account. Hold on. Oh, God. It only shows one account. Okay. All right. Forget Canva. No, that's fine. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Nope, not that. Why the hell is that so? First of all, did I spell misogynist right? Second of all, what do y'all think? Uh, it could just be because it's red. Um, some older graphics cards have a. Wait, actually, I don't even know if you're on your phone or not. So I guess that doesn't necessarily apply. But some older graphics cards have a weird time rendering red. I could change the color. I could make it anything. I also wanted to have like. I'm on my phone. Anybody else think the red is blurry? I also want to have like 4 little like check marks. Hold on. Um, yeah, a little. Okay, hold on. We'll change it. See if it helps. Can you drop Mago request up a tad? Well, okay. So what the people people on TikTok are gonna see is this right here. So if I drop it anymore, then it's gonna be. Hold on. Transform center horizontally, and then transform, edit transform, position. Like that's the most I could drop it before it starts not being aligned with the background. Okay. You're also pretty low overall. We could space this one out differently so that it's bigger. Like if we do this in 3 sections, you know? Something like that, and then I can make this bigger. What do you think about that? Okay, and then I just need a check mark. Let me see if this works. Add image, new. Don't you hate it when they make it look like it's going to be see-through and then it's not see-through? Canva has a background remover. Let me try that. Okay. Where do I find that in Canva? Okay. Online image background remover. Okay, I think that might have worked. Now how do I download this? I do not remember how to. Oh, share, right? Download. Okay, let's try that. That did not do what I wanted it to. Okay, I have a better idea. Okay, we're gonna do this now. Oh, that's a big check. That's almost as big of a check as Donald Trump paid to Stormy Daniels. Okay. There we go. Okay, so now we just need to copy. Check. Oh, wait, I gotta change the name. Rename. Check 1. Oh, check 4. Right. Now we go add image. Check 4. There's got to be a way to just copy paste. Come on. Far right Groiper on Twitch. I am the first 3 in your list. See, one thing you can appreciate about the Groipers is they're open about it. Okay, let's just do this. I tried, Oscar. I don't know enough about OBS. We're almost done. This will be okay. Just got to position them properly. Oh, I also could just this is what I'll do. Transform, edit transform. Okay. The size is 62 by 62, and I'll just do that for everybody. Okay. Oh, I accidentally made that one 6200, so it's extra long boy. Okay. Now we just got to position them properly. All right. That's just about right. I guess that bottom one should come over a little bit more. Okay, and we're gonna make it so that Chrome is in front of everything. Okay. It's number 3. That's number 4. Number 3. Okay. So now let me see if I got this right. All right. Racist, misogynist, Nazi, child molester. Okay, cool. All right. I think we're ready. Oh, nope, we're not ready. We're going to assign these sounds.
I'm beating him off.
That one we could just replace the I'm beating him awfully badly. So that one's done.
Well, let's see how we say that.
And then that one, and then
I said, well, let's see how we say that. Acetaminophen. Acetaminophen. Is that okay?
okay. All right, we have those settled. We can get rid of this. I spelled misogynist right? Okay, opening TikTok. All right, TikTok is open. Okay, now I'm starting it on TikTok. Almost. Okay, we are officially live on TikTok. Let me know if everything is visible on the screen over there. Welcome in, everybody. Hey, Dave. Hey, KP. All good over here? Okay, cool. Hey, Rose. We're okay, Moxie. The October's a little cut off. Okay, hold on. Hey, Neely. I saw you said yay. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Oh, wait, I forgot to write Trump supporters. It just says I can prove. Hold on. Shit. Um, um, okay. All right, there we go. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. So, yeah. So this is gonna be my last, at least my last political live, until next month. We have Tuffy's surgery slash procedure coming up on Friday. I'm gonna be out of town a week and a half after that. Also, I just want some time to, I guess, figure out what we're going to be doing with these lives going forward. Maybe set up a couple collabs, and I've been on edge for a while now, and I just think it's a good time to just take a break. Okay, so but the good news is, oh, thank you, Ice Cold. The good news is we have several pieces of good news. Good news number one is that because we're not going to be live for a while, we could probably be a little bit spicier with the prompt today. That's number one. Good news number two is we have some new gift sounds. We have the Forever Rosa.
Well, let's see how we say that. Acetaminophen. Acetaminophen. Is that okay?
We have the updated heart signal.
I'm beating him off.
And then the game controller.
Well, let's see how we say that.
All right. If you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. If you could do me a favor and just drop a follow, I'll be live eventually. And we do live political debates, discussions, and fact checks. Thank you. We're going to go to our first guest. If you are a Trump supporter, I can prove that you are at least one of these four in 10 questions or less.
Hey, what's up, Dan? Sorry to hear you're not going to be streaming anymore.
I'll be back in November. But thanks.
Jeez. What are we going to do until then?
I'll recommend some other people to watch. You'll be all right.
Yep. So I am MAGA. You can go ahead with your questions.
Okay, cool. So are you okay with Donald Trump not wanting to release any of the Epstein files?
No.
Okay. Are you okay with voting for somebody who is found civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman?
Yes, absolutely. But you'll know there's a different standard of proof for civilly liable versus criminally liable. Wouldn't that be the fourth one by your metric, not the second one?
Well, I was using TikTok phrasing. The fourth one is for child molesters. You said you're not okay with that, so I imagine.
Oh, okay, W.
Yeah.
All right, so
well,
that,
I mean,
okay, so
but
I got the best one working
you
for
did
me.
say you're still supporting him, right? So it's kind of weird.
Yeah, that's one issue I don't support him on.
Okay. Question 3.
Well, can we clarify? Can we get into this first? And you're labeling me a misogynist. I'd like to know why.
Oh, because you are okay with voting for somebody who assaulted a woman.
So how does that mean I hate all women?
That doesn't mean you hate all women. It just means you don't care.
Well, what definition of misogynist are you using? Quickly Googles, rapidly types on his
A
keyboard.
person who dislikes, despises, or is strongly prejudiced against women.
Yeah, I don't dislike, despise, or am strongly prejudiced against women. Just specifically that women who might have been falsely claiming that.
So you're taking the word of a serial liar over a woman. Why is that?
Well, I mean, yeah, I can agree he has lied, but I mean, I think this chick has said some outlandish stuff as well. And, compared to most politicians, I'd say it's been relatively truthful. Like when Kamala said, I'm not going to take your pew-pews at the debate when she literally advocated for an assault weapons ban in the first 100 days. That was a pretty egregious lie from a politician.
Do you really want to compare lie to lie? I'll go one for one any day of the week.
Well, you guys count like hyperbolic, satirical statements as lies. That's why.
Oh, no, she was being hyperbolic. She's not going to take away her guns.
She was being hyperbolic when she said, "I'm not."
She was being hyperbolic. If we're going to say hyperbolic for literally everything Trump says, because everything he says is hyper, right? I'm going to end.
Where's the hyperbole? And I'm not going to take your pew-pews.
Did she take away your pew-pews?
She wasn't elected, thank God.
I don't think you should be thanking that guy. That guy's not going to be happy with you after this conversation. All right. So,
well, I mean, I don't support 600,000 babies being aborted every year. So I think
okay, yeah. So that's another.
That?
I mean, you're solidifying your check mark there.
You should get a check mark as unaliving cultists for liking 600,000 babies being unalived every year.
Okay, so I personally believe that a woman should have the right to make her own healthcare decisions. You don't, because you're a misogynist.
So God is going to hate me for voting for a Republican, but he's going to be okay with unaliving 600,000.
Where in the Bible does it talk about abortion?
Thou shalt not unalive. Pretty clear cut there in the Ten Commandments.
Wait. I'm sorry. You know that does not say anything about abortion, and in fact, in the Bible, they give you instructions on how to do an abortion.
Well, according to science, when does human life begin?
When does human life begin?
Mm-hmm.
According to science, when does human life begin?
Yeah.
Are you trying to say that all human life is valuable and should be?
No, I'm trying to get the answer to the question. According to science, when does human life begin?
Oh, I mean, when at fertilization, I suppose. But if
what is the M word that they use in the commandments? What's the definition of that?
You said according to science. I don't know why you're talking about science. The Bible says at first breath.
Well, just because you believe in religion doesn't mean you have to shirk away all science. You can still believe in both.
Oh, okay. So I want to get so you're saying that you don't believe in the Bible except for the parts that you like, right?
No, what I was doing is actually getting to see if you were logically consistent. Because if you can agree with me that the M word, as used in the Bible, is the unjustified taking of life, and according to all empirical data that we know the life begins at conception, then of course, yes, aborting that life would be unjustified.
Yes, okay. Murder is the unjustified taking of a life. I'm glad that you pointed out that murder, that M word, right? It's it includes the unjust in it, right? So whether or not it's ending a life determined by science, that's up to you. But the reality is, whether it's unjust has not been laid out by the Bible at all.
Correct. Science does not give us morality. But first, to understand that we're on the same page, I have to establish that it is, in fact, a life.
Well, nobody denied that it's living, right?
Well, we're talking, we started the conversation because I brought the Ten Commandments, thou shalt not M word. And so in it, we have to talk about the definition of M word. In the definition of M word is a life. And so to get clarity here, we got to make sure we have the same understanding of whether it is or is not a life. We both agree However, where we disagree now is bringing
We
in
both agree
morality.
that yes, that clump of cells is human life. That's correct. We both agree.
Right, and so
Do
essentially
we
what you're
do we afford it the same moral? What's the word here? Do we afford it the same moral standing that we do humans, fully grown humans? No, we don't.
Right, right. And in the Bible, it says that God knew the child in its womb, indicating some amount of knowledge of that
No,
life.
no, no. I'm sorry.
inside of
You
the
can't.
womb.
You're not allowed to use the Bible. You just said you don't care when it said first breath. Life
You
begins at
understand
first breath.
this entire debate started because you said God would be upset that I voted for a Republican, and I'm saying, well, would he be okay with somebody who voted for 600,000 children being aborted every year?
Yeah.
So
Just
it
again,
has to
so
do with
we're
the Bible
clear.
directly.
So we're clear. You're willing to cherry pick the Bible for whatever Paul Weyrich and
I
Jerry
say you're
Falwell
doing the
told
cherry
you.
picking.
Listen, whatever Paul Weyrich and Jerry Falwell pumped into the masses in 1978 and 1980 to get you guys to make abortion an issue because they couldn't run on segregation, right? Whatever led to you believing that abortion is this massive problem, that has nothing to do with the Bible. That's what I'm showing to you.
No, but it does, because the debate is as to whether the Bible asserts the belief that that life is morally valuable in the womb. And so if you're telling me no, the Bible has no indication that that life is morally valuable and therefore is excluded in the definition of the M word, then I'd like to see the evidence supporting that. I have evidence supporting that God does know children in the womb, that he doesn't want people to unjustifiably take
Wait,
life.
wait, wait, say he doesn't
Therefore,
want people to. No, say that again. Where does he? Where does it say that he doesn't want people to?
the Ten Commandments, as we've
It
already
does
both
not
agreed on.
mention unborn embryos
I
or
didn't
fetuses.
say unborn. Yeah, I didn't say unborn. I said
Yeah. So
unjustifiably
okay.
take
So
life, which
when the
we both
Bible
agree
says,
is life.
okay, so here's my evidence from the Bible. The Bible says that life begins at first breath. The Bible also gives instructions on how to commit an abortion. Okay. Your evidence
Where-
is that he
yeah, where
knew
does it
the
say
baby in the womb.
Where does it say that life begins at first breath? Quickly Googles because he doesn't have the sources. For his own statement.
I'm sorry. I'm not a religious scholar. All right, wait. I'm
So
not
then
in a
why are
debate,
you
bro.
trying to
No,
debate
I'm sorry.
whether-
I want this to be clear, just so we're
Why
clear.
are you trying to
I am
debate
not a debate,
whether
bro. We're
God
not
would be
doing
upset
this.
with a
If
Republican for voting for Trump if you're not a religious scholar.
what?
You're telling a Christian that God would be upset with them for voting for Trump.
Oh,
yet
that was a throwaway
yet you
comment.
yourself
No,
admit-
I'm
you
sorry.
yourself
I'm so sorry.
Oh, wait,
You
why are
thought
interrupting?
I was.
You yourself admit that you're not a Christian scholar. So
You
where
thought-
did you get off telling people what God would be upset with them
Great.
for and for not?
You were under the impression that I was subjecting you to eternal damnation. No, it was a throwaway comment, pointing out the irony of you saying, "Thank God Kamala didn't win."
Okay, so clearly we disagree, and you're not really that well versed in Christian ethical principles. But I'm fine to move on.
Well, so are you saying that if I find the verse, then because I didn't know it off the top of my head, that you're not wrong?
Well, I'm saying I would appeal to either the Orthodox Church or the Catholic Church, which has a well-defined church history establishing that abortion is abhorrent.
Why would you appeal to those, as opposed to the
Because-
Bible itself?
Because that's the Christianity I practice.
Okay, so you're just cherry picking. You're a club. You're team Catholic or team Orthodox. Said abortion is
Well,
bad, so
see,
you
this is
agree.
the
That's
issue
it.
with
That's
you-
it. Stop
This
bringing
is
up the
issue.
Bible.
Hold on. This is the issue with you not being a theological scholar, is you have no idea as to why those two would be valid as opposed to, say, a Protestant denomination. But like I said, you're not a scholar, so it's almost meaningless to get into. I'd be fine to move on.
I don't need to be a scholar to read the words in the Bible and see that they
You would need to
contradict
be
what
a
you say.
scholar to understand why saying you appeal to a Catholic or Orthodox church versus, say, your own sola scriptura would be a different approach. But you don't even know what those terms mean, so this is a pointless debate at this point.
Okay, you know what? Sure. Let's go back to the, this right here. So we're on question 3, right? We got you misogynist on question 2. Question 3, right? Question 3. If the election was held again, right? The exact same. Everything is exactly the same. The debate is the same. The interviews are the same. The economy is the same. All of their policies are the same. It's the same candidates. It's Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump. But the only difference this time is there's a video of Donald Trump raping a child. Who would you vote for?
That's ridiculous. You really got people up here that said they would still vote for Donald Trump after that?
Only one of the 10 we asked, but 8 of the 10 we asked said what you're about to say. Can you answer the question?
No, yeah, there's no way I would.
Who would you vote
somebody-
for is what I asked.
Yeah, I know. There's no way I'd vote for somebody who had video.
I'm
evidence
asking.
of
No,
him.
can you answer me this question? Who would you vote for? That's the answer I asked you.
Well,
the
are
question I asked
you
you.
framing it that I have to vote for somebody else, or can I just abstain?
You can abstain. That's what 8 of the 10 people said. Is that what you like to do?
So my options are who are my options again?
The options that can win the election are Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. There's a bunch of cornball options that you can pick from, or you could stay home.
Well, you don't think it's valid to vote for a third party for third party representation?
There's no chance in the 2024 election that a third party would win. So you make that your answer if you don't want to actually contribute to either electing the pedophile or electing the person that can defeat the pedophile. If you don't want to contribute, you can say that. You can give the pussy answer. But what I'd like is for you to just answer the question. I don't know why you're skirting around it. I think chat knows why you're skirting around it.
Well, yeah, I mean, well, 'cause it's weird. I can see that you're framing it as a way where I'd be responsible because I didn't vote for the person who had a greater chance as opposed to the predator. But I mean, I guess I have more faith in the American populace that if there was video evidence of somebody raping a child, they wouldn't come anywhere close to winning the election. So I don't necessarily think I'd be exactly responsible. My one vote is going to make or break. Hopefully, the moral fabric of the country is still intact in such a way that they would know that video evidence of raping a child is wrong. But you never know with all the lunacy that's going on today. But yeah, I would say I'd either vote for a third party or potentially Kamala. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. I'm going to give you my answer, right? If you asked me the same exact question, but you flipped it, this is my answer, and it wouldn't have taken as long as you did. I would vote for Donald Trump.
Does the speed of an answer make it more valid?
The way you were beating around the bush when it was very clear, you said, what are my options? As if we don't all know as Americans what the options are. This is my answer.
Well, you're framing the hypothetical. I just want to get clarity.
You asked what your options are in the American political system. I already gave you the two.
Yeah, well, you're changing what the election was. So I just want to know to what extent you were changing it.
I said the only difference in the election was that there's a video of Donald Trump raping a child. Now, again, if you had asked me the same question but reversed it, I wouldn't have went through this whole rigmarole trying to pawn off responsibility. I would vote for Donald Trump to make sure that the child rapist didn't get elected. But
okay, so let's take your hypothetical to its logical conclusion. If Kamala wasn't a child rapist, but she was a serial unaliver, and your only two options were Kamala the serial unaliver or Donald Trump the child rapist. If you didn't vote for one or the other, would you be voting and supporting and implicitly helping either a serial unaliver or a child rapist?
Wait, when you say serial killer, do you mean someone who's killed 3 or more people, or do you mean a person who supports abortion?
No. Let's use your definition.
No, my definition is the actual definition. A serial killer is somebody who's killed 3 or more people. It's
well,
not.
You already admitted that it's a moral distinction, so there is no quote unquote actual definition of what's morally justifiable if we're talking about AB. But I can say we could just totally exclude AB and consider these real.
Well, I need to know where you're asking the question from.
Value.
I just need to know where you're asking the question from, because if you're saying serial unaliver and what you mean by that is she supports legislation that allows women to make their own healthcare decisions, then that's different than she has killed 3 or more people. So are you asking me if Kamala was a serial killer versus Donald Trump, who would I vote for?
Yeah, would that make you either a unaliver supporter or a child rapist supporter?
Oh, wait. Okay, so in your hypothetical, he's a child rapist and she's a serial killer?
Yes, exactly.
Oh. I don't think so.
You wouldn't wait. It wouldn't make you that thing. It wouldn't make you either a child rapist supporter or a serial unaliver supporter.
No, because in that do you not see the difference?
You have no logical consistency because the initial hypothetical you proposed asserts that very same thing about me for having not voted directly for Kamala right away.
I don't think you. I actually don't think you understand the point of my question. The options there are Kamala Harris, who didn't rape anyone, versus Donald Trump, who in the hypothetical is on video raping a child. You're giving me a new hypothetical where they are both committed horrible things.
Right, and you're asserting that I would have had to explicitly and immediately vote for Kamala Harris because, quote unquote, she was the only one that stood a chance. Otherwise, I am supporting somebody who's a child rapist. And I think that's a completely false way to frame it, because that's not true, especially given the fact that the entire populace of America is highly unlikely to vote.
The real way to frame it would be, okay, Donald Trump is on video raping a child versus black woman. I'll abstain. That's what you say when you answer the question that way.
Well, there's plenty of other reasons why somebody wouldn't have voted for Ms. Harris rather than her being black.
A woman, right? We hit the misogynist thing. Yeah.
Well, black or a woman. There's plenty of other reasons not to vote for her besides for that.
Do any of those reasons rise to raping a child?
Let's get to the brass tacks. Your hypothetical assumes that the American populace would by and large vote for somebody where there's video evidence of them raping a child. I think
no. We don't do this. I'm sorry. We don't do this. Well, one vote doesn't matter. Yeah, no snowflake in an avalanche feels responsible. The fact of the matter is, if the choices are a child rapist or someone that isn't a child rapist, if you sit out, you were okay with the child rapist.
Well, I didn't say sit out. I never said sit out. I asked you if I could. But then I ultimately said I'd either vote for somebody third party or maybe Kamala.
Yeah. So voting third party is sitting out. and then maybe Kamala.
That's not
Great,
sitting
you
out.
mispronounced her name, and it's as lackluster as possible, just as removed as possible. Like maybe I would vote for the only person who could defeat the child rapist.
Yeah, so
Okay,
you're straw manning my argument. I'm not saying that one vote doesn't matter. What I'm saying is your hypothetical presupposes that many people would vote for Donald Trump, even with video evidence of him raping a child, such that my one vote would actually make a significant difference in the election, which I think is ridiculous.
Okay, so just to be clear, I don't know if you know this. Yes, many people would. Republicans would a lot. And
Based on what? What evidence do you have to support
I
that?
will pull it up for you. 1 second. So this is the 2017 Alabama special election. Do you remember Roy Moore? Thank you.
So
Heidi.
your evidence is a single state that the entire country would do something? That seems like some poor evidence.
What evidence? Wait, I'm sorry. Not a single state. I can go through other elections, but what I'm showing you is an example of Americans willing to vote for child predators rather than voting for the Democrat.
So your evidence that America in large in a presidential election across the country would vote for somebody where there's video evidence of somebody raping a child is one singular state where this might have happened.
What can I ask you what evidence I would have to show you?
Yeah, I'd like to see some polling based on national data. I think that would be a good place to start.
No, yeah, I got you. I have that too. So we have polling here. Trump's implication in the Epstein case. 47% of Republican voters answered it would not affect my vote for Donald Trump. The question was, if Donald Trump was officially implicated in Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking activities, would this make you more likely to vote for another party, or would it not affect your vote for Donald Trump? 47% said.
And what was the sample size on that survey?
What would it have to be? Before I even show you, I want you to set the
Well, I
goalpost
told
before
you
you.
national survey, so I would hope in the hundreds of thousands, high tens of thousands.
Okay. So if it's high tens of thousands, you would agree. Okay, you're right. Republicans
that's
do
the
support
base
rapists.
minimum for it to be valid. No, we can go into further stipulations on it, but that's the bare minimum for a survey to be considered valid on a national level.
Okay.
Guessing it's in the thousands because you don't seem that confident. But
Well,
either
no,
way,
no. It's just what I like to do is set the goalpost before I pull it up because people always move the goalpost. You understand?
right.
That's
And then the other thing was, it's like that question is not the same question that you're presupposing, which is that there is objective video evidence of him being implicated in the most heinous activity, which Epstein was convicted of.
Sebastian.
And there's video evidence of it. I think that question would have. I think that question would have some different answers.
You do understand
than the ones
that obviously I don't have evidence of that because we don't have a history of.
But you made
running with-
why would you make the claim then?
What we have to do is extrapolate.
Extrapolate. Okay. Well, what's the sample size that you're extrapolating from?
Again, when I show you the sample size, if it's in the tens of thousands, what will your response be? Because I'm not just going to go through this. I showed you an election where we knew we had evidence that he was a sexual predator of children, right? And he lost by less than 1%, right? You said, well, I don't want to look at elections. I want to look at polling about if people would support a child rapist. And so I pull up polling and you say, okay, well, what's the sample size? So what I need to do is I need you to set the goalpost so that when I show you, you can say, okay, Dan, you were right. Republicans do support rapists. I will vote for Kamala because I'm not a child rapist.
Let's get the facts straight here. You asserted that in your hypothetical, there was video evidence of Donald Trump raping a child. I said that your assertion, your hypothetical presupposes that America would vote for somebody considering they had evidence that they were video evidence of them raping a child. You said, oh, they absolutely would. I said, really? That's a bold assertion. What evidence do you have to substantiate your assertion? The first piece of evidence you provided me that the majority of America in a national presidential election
shut the
would
fuck
vote
up.
for-
Who said majority? Who said majority? Who said majority?
Buddy, whoa. To win an election, you need a good amount. That's all I mean.
He didn't even win a majority without the rape video. Obviously, I'm not saying majority.
Yeah, calm down, buddy. Calm down. The point is, it doesn't matter majority or not, a significant amount. You don't have to use majority. A significant amount of people would vote for somebody where there's video evidence of them raping a child. So the first piece of evidence you provided me is a single state in which there was a contested election. Okay, I mean, that's somewhat compelling. I mean, that does speak to your point, but it doesn't
I can show you other.
Excuse me. Calm down, buddy. Calm down.
No, I'm not. I don't. I'm not your buddy. I'm
down.
not your pal. Okay, I'm not gonna calm down. Okay, eat shit. Actually, okay.
Calm
So
down.
I could show you others, but you didn't want that. You didn't want that.
Listen. But it does not objectively prove your claim that your hypothetical was grounded in reality and that a majority of Americans would vote for somebody if
You just said majority again. Okay, so what's happening here is you are
significant amount
reframing it.
majority. You're splitting hairs at this point.
I'm
talking
not
about winning
splitting
elections.
hairs. All I'm
An
proving,
amount of
all
people
I have to
required
prove,
to win an
all I have to
election,
prove is that a
you can use
significant
that.
amount
When I
of
say
people like
majority,
you
just
would
consider me
vote for a
saying
child
that.
rapist, and I think we've done that. So for the sake of everyone's sanity, I'm going to drop you because
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's all good. I'm peeing. They're there. They're there. I'm peeing. I'm sorry. I'm peeing. I'm peeing. I can't stop peeing. I'm so sorry. I'm wetting myself.
thank you, Whitney, for the manifestings. And thank you, Abby and Shrugs, for the dinosaurs. That guy would have been dinoed a long time ago if we still abided by the dinosaur rules. So just so we're clear, the goalpost went from show me evidence that people would vote for a child rapist. I showed him evidence of that, and he said, okay, well, that's just one state. Show me evidence that nationally people would vote for a child rapist. And I show him polling about that, and he's like, no. Okay, well, that's polling. What's the sample size? I need empirical evidence that a child rapist would... We got banned on TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch, but not for the reason that you'd think. It says for misinformation. Guest will not see past the gates of heaven. Yo, Twitch about to be popping. All right. We'll see how the appeal goes.
You people at Turning Point.
We did it. I submitted the appeal, chat. I guess TikTok read your headline. The thing is, it was the ban is for misinformation, which is not what the ban should be for. If anything, it should be for like some of the words we were using. Complete an optional policy training to remove the warning. He must have reported. I mean, yeah, he was upset that I cut him off mid monologue. Okay, you will be given 5 questions. Personal information. TikTok does not allow content containing personal information that could lead to stalking. Discussing the importance of keeping identity numbers private. Yes, it is a violation. Submit. What? Did I get it right? It looks like I didn't get it right, but I think I did get it right. Okay. Training not completed. Some of your answers were incorrect. You have one chance left. What do you mean some of the answers are incorrect? I said yes, it is a... Oh, okay. Discussing the importance of keeping identity numbers private is not a violation. That's such a stupid way to read that question. Oh my god, okay. Encouraging false reports to get someone banned. Yes, it is a violation. Okay. All right, we only have one chance. All right, we provide contact details of a person selling cosplay firearms. Okay, hold on. We do not allow the trade or marketing of regulated, prohibited, or high-risk goods and services. This includes alcohol, tobacco products, regulated substances, firearms, and other dangerous weapons, sexual services, animals, counterfeit goods, and instructions on how to manufacture regulated substances or firearms. Provide contact details of a person selling cosplay firearms. I'm Googling this. TikTok cosplay firearms. TikTok prohibits realistic firearms in its videos due to its policies against dangerous products. Okay. Yes, it is a violation. How is that wrong? It even says TikTok does not allow the marketing or trade. Provide contact details of a person selling cosplay firearms is apparently not a violation. Oh my god. Training not complete. Your warning will remain active. You can submit an appeal to have it removed and restore that. Dan, search for the exact wording of the question. I mean, I figured cosplay firearms would come up. Appeal not approved. Okay, hang on. I think it's about giving business contacts for someone selling goods versus doxing someone. I'm so confused why they would ask that question on the firearms section, though. Okay, I'm gonna send the appeal to my agency manager, and that's all we can do. We can go live on the backup, or we could just play some Mario. Let me see. Get the backup account banned too. Go out in a blaze of TOS violations. um. It says you can still submit a formal. Yeah, I did. The appeal was denied. Um, Dan, can you sing "Happy Early Birthday" to me? Happy early birthday to you. Happy early birthday to you. Happy early birthday, Moon Johnny. Happy early birthday to you. Okay. All right, let's go live on the backup for a bit. See how that goes. If we get banned there, then we'll play some Mario. Okay, this is a message on my backup account. Hi, gorgeous queen. What if I deposit $8,000 to your Cash App or PayPal? What will you do with it? A car, bills, school, family's vacation, donation house, food stuff, business? Okay. Switch account. Gorgeous queen. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Okay, so get rid of the check marks. I will take that $8,000. I mean, I guess we can't be too surprised. I did get super spicy with the prompt and my words, expecting potentially to get banned. I just don't like that I got banned for misinformation because it wasn't misinformation. If you want to ban me for violating the terms of service for the content. I don't harmful content. I don't know. You could say that maybe, but misinformation was just hypotheticals. Okay. We're gonna go live. It's at Dan Malik Backup. Also, shout out to KP, Subu, and Rose for being the top 3 likers when the live went down. We all know it was debate, bro. Yeah. Would getting rid of those boxes help? I mean, not anymore. You're using TikTok words instead? Maybe. Maybe. All right, we are live on the backup account. We are live on the backup account. Damn, Dan's dying cat is like the second one here. No life. Hey Neely, hey Moxie. Super fan, literally. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. What happened to the main account? TikTok didn't like the truth. Do you need to reset the top likers? Well, I do want to shout out. These were the top likers when we got banned. So shout out KP, Subu, and Rose. I need to reconnect the Tickfinity. So give me 1 second. TikTok hates the First Amendment. It's Dan Malik backup, right? Backup. Okay. Should be good now. And then we'll check the sound alerts.
I said, well, let's see how we say that. Acetaminophen. Acetaminophen. Is that okay?
Okay, now the like-a-thon should be reset. We're good to go. If we get banned on this one, it's whatever. We're already not going live until November, so do what you got to do, TikTok. Okay. All right. So a few updates. This was going to be the last political live of this month for a few reasons. Reason number one, Tuffy's surgery is on Friday, and so I want to not only, first of all, Friday night is when I usually start the week of lives or whatever, because we do Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So like obviously I'm not gonna be able to do that. And I want to spend some time with her. So we have that. Then like a week and a half after her surgery, I'm gonna be out of town. I'm also just been like super stressed and depressed and stuff. So and these lives have been like kind of a clusterfuck. We haven't been on a schedule. So I want to just take some time, reorganize, figure out exactly where we're gonna go with these lives, catch up on the Discord. I'm like a month behind on the Discord. And go from there. So we were on the main account and we got banned or bananaed as TikTok wants us to say. So that's why we're on the backup account. Okay. So now that we're here. Mario Sunshine. Well, that's if this one gets banned. If this one gets banned, then we're definitely playing Mario.
I'm beating him off.
In the meantime, while we wait for people to come up, I'm gonna show what that last guest, the debate bro, didn't want to see, which is the evidence that yes, Republicans are okay with voting for child predators. This election should not have been this close. This is just one example, obviously, but it's a recent example, and then when we look at the polling that he also didn't want to see, 47%. If Donald Trump was officially implicated in Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking activities, would this make you more likely to vote for another party, or would it not affect your vote? 47%, it would not affect my vote. Also, 26% said not sure / prefer not to say. So I'm going to be honest, I'm counting those as rape apologists. Only 27% of Republican voters were willing to say, okay, that would likely change my vote. $651K is crazy. Yeah. Like this guy literally would go to malls as a 40-year-old man and hit on 17-year-olds. It's like documented, and it came out, and they saw this, and he had a relationship with a 17-year-old as a 40-year-old, and 651 Alabamans, 651,000, almost 652,000 voted for him. This was a special election too, meaning that they only would have had to have a Democratic senator for 3 years rather than the full 6 years. And they still, that many of them were like, it's child molester, Democrat. David, in their defense, the most of the stuff about Moore came out after he won the primary, and in fact, MAGA was really upset with Trump for endorsing Moore because MAGA wanted Mo Brooks, which was, I guess, a more conspiracy theorist / anti-democracy candidate, whereas Roy Moore was more of like the Republican establishment's candidate. I suppose it was something like that. And they're like, God damn it, now we have to support the pedophile. Republicans should be ashamed of themselves. Ironically, they claim to have morals. I think not. Trump couldn't help but support his people. Fair. Moore was a known Republican versus full MAGA edgelord. Yeah. The Mo Brooks guy was like a full MAGA edgelord, and Trump didn't nominate the full MAGA edgelord. TDS getting the best of you, Dan. Fish and shrimp. I don't know how to explain this to you more. Donald Trump has not lowered grocery prices. Donald Trump will not release the Epstein files. Donald Trump is a bad person. And if you support him, you're a bad person. Me talking about that, I don't believe is a syndrome. Now, given our current Health and Human Services Director, maybe it's new, right? I'm circumcised, so clearly I'm autistic, so maybe I don't know. Humble brag right quick. Jolly and Johnny are in my neck of the woods right now. I'll be protesting with them tomorrow. Oh, that's awesome. How are soybean farmers doing? They are hoping for a bailout because right now, soybean farmers are not able to sell any of their soybeans to China. China is purchasing 0 soybeans from them. In fact, they're purchasing them from Argentinian farmers who Donald Trump just gave a $20 billion bailout to. It's like a slap in the face. Now, what's going to happen is they're gonna use taxpayer dollars to try to bail out the soybean farmers so that the farmers can continue to vote for the racist, because the farmers really want to vote for the racist. They really do. But they're like, man, Trump, please, you're gaping us right now. Please. We want to vote for you again for a third term, but this is getting really hard to justify it. Anyway. Thank you, Suba, for all the gifts. Thank you, Olivia, as well. Thank you, everybody, for the heart me's and stuff. Okay. So, given The farmers voted for their own demise. Yeah, they did. They did. And this is, and what's wild is it's not like it's a surprise. Like, so many of them be like, I didn't vote for this. And it's like, yes, you did. You did. Not only did he say what he was going to do, he did it already in his first term. He literally had to bail out the soybean farmers in his first term. In his first term. Like anyone, do not let them try to weasel their way out of this vote by saying, I didn't vote for this. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. He already did an insurrection, right? As David said. He already said it was going to be the biggest deportation operation in history, right? And we have people like, what was it, Andrew Schultz is like, I didn't vote for this. I didn't vote for the ICE to just abduct people. Yes, you did. You did. He said it. Then you saw the sale of Dominion, right? Yeah. Not good. Not good. Okay, so it's not letting me accept guess. That might be a problem. I don't know why the backup is not letting me accept guest chat. We might be cooked. We might have to just play Mario. Weird, I request it. Yeah, no, I see the requests. Like, they're popping up. It's not like you're unable to. I can't, like, open the request box. I can't open any box, actually. I can't do a poll. I can't do a live goal. I can't do a co-host. It's not letting anything. Can mods bring them up? Ooh, are there any super mods? That's a good question. Okay, Neely, I'm going to give you super mod. Oh, you're not even a mod. Oh, I can't even give mod powers. I can't give mod powers because that's a pop-up. Nothing's popping up is the problem. Restart the live.
I'm peeing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're good. It's all good. I'm peeing. They're there. I'm peeing. I'm sorry. I'm peeing. Okay. I'm peeing. I can't stop peeing. Yep. I'm so sorry. I'm winning myself. You're good.
Thank you, Whitney. I just got here. Did we finally get banana? Yes, caffeine, we did. But not for the correct reason. Not for the correct reason. That's pissing me off. If they wanted to say harassment and bullying, I'd have taken it on the chin. Okay? But misinformation, that's bullshit. Caffeine is still a mod? I don't know if she's super mod, though. What was the misinformation about, though? They didn't say. They don't say. They just said misinformation. Okay, it's not letting me click. All right, here's what we're going to do. Is the main gone for good? No, just a week. But I was already planning on not going live until November anyway, so... Could it have been the guest, or do they specify when it is them? No, they specify. Well, it's not that they specified for the ban. It's that I would have likely gotten a warning when they were up there. How was your kitty's dental? Okay, so she just finished a round of antibiotics, and I think they helped because she's not doing the things that made it clear that she was in pain anymore. She's sometimes asking for dry food, which is kind of crazy to me. And like she's not doing the thing where she goes. So that's good. But we're still going to do the procedure on Friday. Now, we don't know until they actually do the x-rays whether it's just going to be the dental scaling or if they're going to have to take some or all of her teeth. That we'll see. But given that the antibiotics seem to help, I'm leaning on the side that she gets to keep some or all of her teeth. Now, to be fair, all of her teeth right now is like 1, and then some little baby guys. So it's not like it's a lot that she's clinging on to, but Yeah, here's hoping. My dog's dental last week was 29.86. He lost 9 teeth, but no cardiac event, so that's a bonus. Oh my god. Is what was going on like when your dog went in? The same kind of stuff, like he wasn't able to chew? He or she, I don't know the gender of the dog. Oh, he. I do know the gender of the dog. Chat, TikTok's not letting me accept guests. I'm trying so hard. It's just not, the clicking is not working. No, it was just normal cleaning, but he has heart conditions now, so I had to have a special dog. Did you try blaming the control? Dentist and 9 of his teeth were rotting out. Oh, special dog dentist, I see. Whitney, I'm gonna message you. I have to switch to my main real quick though, so give me a sec. Mr. 5.5K followers. He was eating, he's just old. Got you. Oh my god. I didn't even see this yesterday. I'm so sorry, Whitney. I was baited, laughed my ass off. All right, let me play you guys a video real quick, just so we're doing something.
Thank y'all. I am so honored that all of y'all are here. I want to thank my dear friends Elizabeth Beck and Ramon Romero for your kind words, for your service to this community, and for your friendship to me. So grateful to both of you. I want to thank all the volunteers in the vests for making this event possible. I want to thank all of you for showing up here on very short notice. We launched this campaign for the United States Senate 1 month ago in my hometown of Round Rock, Texas, and the response has been overwhelming. We started that first day of the campaign with $0 in our new Senate campaign account. But in just the first 3 weeks of this campaign, thousands of Texans from nearly every county in the state, giving $5, $10, $15, have raised more than $6.2 million. Now, we have a lot more work to do if we're going to beat the billionaire mega donors who have taken over our country. But this is an incredible start. And what makes my heart even happier is the thousands of Texans who have gone to our website and signed up to volunteer. They've signed up to knock doors, to make phone calls, to send text messages, to send postcards. And I hope that all of you will do the same if you haven't already when you go home tonight. Thousands of Texans have showed up to rally with us in Round Rock, in San Antonio, in Fort Bend, in Houston, in Dallas, in Deep Red, Longview, Texas, and Victoria, Texas, in the Rio Grande Valley, and now here in Fort Worth, Texas. My grandparents, for a while, lived here in Fort Worth when I was growing up, so this city means so much to me, and I have such good memories here. This memory tonight is being added onto that list. So thank you, all of you, for being here. You know, I started my campaign for the State House 8 years ago, back home in Williamson County, Texas. And back then, I was told the race was unwinnable. I was told flipping a Trump district was impossible. I was told I was too young. I was told I didn't have the money or the political connections to win. I was the underdog in that race. But my neighbors and I, we ran an aggressive, authentic, unorthodox campaign that brought people together. And on election night, we flipped that district with 51% of the vote. Now I'm the underdog once again in this race, both in the primary and in the general. But my life has shown me always bet on the underdog. Before I was a politician, I was a public school teacher. I taught 6th grade language arts at Rhodes Middle School on the west side of San Antonio. And I often say that teaching middle school is the best preparation for politics. If you want a leader who can be both tough and compassionate, hire a middle school teacher. That's what we do every day. The west side of San Antonio is a beautiful, historic Mexican-American neighborhood. It's also one of the poorest zip codes in the entire state of Texas. So every day, my students struggled heroically to overcome poverty, overcome racism, overcome systems that were designed to hold them back. My students weren't just kids, they were survivors, dreamers, fighters. I saw it in their eyes every day, this unshakable resolve, this unconquered spirit. Growing up, I saw that same fight in my mother, a preacher's daughter from Laredo who left home at 19. She moved up to Austin. She met my birth father, a 21-year-old high school dropout whose drinking problem sometimes led to violence. And one night, he became abusive again. But that night, my mother's love rose to meet it. She packed all our stuff into her little Ford Escort. She drove me to the hotel where she worked. She begged the manager to let us stay in one of the rooms until we could find this little apartment in East Austin. And there wasn't room for a nursery, so I slept in a crib in her closet. And she was so proud of that closet. She decorated it with toys and pictures. No one was going to tell her it wasn't a nursery. Always bet on the underdog. Like my students, my mom was a fighter. And back then, she looked over at the state capitol and she saw Texas Democrats like Ann Richards and Bob Bullock fighting for her. And so when I was 5 years old, she told me we were Democrats. Because, she said, Democrats fight for the people. Now, let's be very honest. We haven't seen that kind of fight from the National Democratic Party in quite a while. National Democrats don't know how to fight. But at this critical moment in our country's history, we need fighters, not folders. Imagine a Democratic Party that stands up to big money and isn't captured by it. Imagine a Democratic Party that listens to the people, not DC consultants. And imagine a Democratic Party that delivers on housing, healthcare, and education, and actually defeats the right-wing extremists who have taken over our country. Those National Democrats are comfortable on the coasts and comfortable with the status quo. But there's something about living in a red state that makes you scrappy. Because Texas Democrats know how to fight. Whether it was LBJ pushing the Great Society through Congress, or Barbara Jordan impeaching Richard Nixon, or Wendy Davis holding the floor of the Texas Senate for 15 hours, or Beto O'Rourke interrupting Greg Abbott's press conference in Uvalde, or Texas House Democrats breaking quorum to shine a national spotlight. Texas Democrats know how to fight. We know how to fight for the people. We know how to fight for the underdog. That's what we do. We fight for the many against the powerful few, whether they are bullies, bigots, or billionaires. You know, the more I see what's happening in this state and in this country, the more I think the only minority destroying America is the billionaires. Trans people are 1% of the population. Muslims, 1% of the population. Undocumented people, 1% of the population. We are all focused on the wrong 1%. Trans people aren't taking away our health care. Muslims aren't defunding our schools. Immigrants aren't cutting taxes for themselves and their rich friends. It's the billionaires and their puppet politicians. The culture wars are a smokescreen. So many of the divisions in this state and in this country are manufactured by billionaires who want us fighting each other so we're not fighting them. They want us looking left and right at each other so we're not looking up at them. The biggest divide in our politics is not left versus right, it's top versus bottom. The people at the top, the Elon Musks, the Rupert Murdochs of the world, they work so hard to keep us angry and divided because our unity is a threat to their wealth and their power. So their algorithms and their news networks tear us apart on an hourly, daily basis. They divide us by party, by race, by gender, by religion. So we don't notice that they're picking our pockets, that they're closing our schools, they're gutting our health care, and they're cutting taxes for themselves while they raise taxes on all of us. It's the oldest strategy in the world: divide and conquer. They want to keep us from seeing all that we have in common. They want to keep us from realizing that there is far more that unites us than divides us. Because once we do, we will come together across party, across race, across gender, across religion to take power back for ourselves and our communities. The richest 1% of Americans now own more wealth than the entire middle class. 3 men, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, now own more wealth than 165 million Americans combined. And they're using that wealth to rig our political system. They own the media. They own social media. They own politicians in both political parties. These billionaires aren't just buying yachts and jets, they're buying power. Our schools are being defunded so billionaires can get another tax break. Our healthcare premiums are going up so billionaires can get another tax break. Our Social Security benefits are constantly under threat so billionaires can get yet another tax break. This is the country that we're living in. This is the reality we face. Given this kind of corruption, it's easy to be cynical about politics. But inside every cynic is a wounded idealist. And deep down, I think we can all feel that we deserve better than this. That's why I'm not taking a dime of corporate PAC money. That's why this campaign is funded by working people giving $5, $10, $15 at a time, and it's why we are building the largest grassroots movement Texas has ever seen. Yes, the system is rigged. Yes, the deck is stacked. But these are man-made systems, and we, the people, can take them back. There is something broken in America. Our economy is broken. Our political system is broken. Even our relationships with each other feel broken. And that's because the most powerful people in the world want it that way. My faith teaches me to love my neighbor as myself. Not just my neighbor who looks like me. Not just my neighbor who prays like me. Not just my neighbor who votes like me. I am called to love all of my neighbors the way I love myself.
There are so many religious people out there that feel this way. And it's the loud ones that really give, especially Christians in this country, like a bad rap. Because like that type of philosophy shouldn't be so hotly contested. But anyway.
Despite our many differences, we all want the same things. A safe neighborhood, a good job, a high-quality, well-funded public school, and the ability to see a doctor when we need one. I am tired of being pitted against my neighbor. I am tired of being told to hate my neighbor. It's been 10 years of this kind of politics. Politics as blood sport. Politics as trolling and owning. Politics as total war. It tears families apart. It ends friendships. And it leaves us all feeling terrible all of the time. Across this state, across the political spectrum, there is a deep hunger for a different kind of politics. Not a politics of fear. Not a politics of hate, not a politics of division, but a politics of love. A love that can heal what's broken in America. It is probably not a good idea for me to start a political campaign by saying something nice about my opponent. But Colin Allred is a good man. 2 years ago, all of us put our faith in him as our Democratic nominee for the U.S. Senate. And I was out there with many of you trying to help him defeat Ted Cruz. And at the time, I said Ted Cruz is the worst senator in America. But looking at the current Republican field for this Senate seat, I think that title is up for grabs. Neither John Cornyn nor Ken Paxton neither of them deserve the honor of representing this great state in our nation's capital. Both of them are far more interested in serving their donors than serving the people of Texas. Both of them have sold us out time and time again. Ken Paxton's crimes are well known. Ramon and I We were part of the bipartisan majority in the Texas House that impeached our corrupt Attorney General. Believe it, you're not going to believe this, but I think John Cornyn may be even more corrupt than Ken Paxton. Because John Cornyn was the deciding vote on that big, ugly bill. That bill that's going to kick millions of Texans off their health care. That bill that's going to take food out of the mouths of hungry Texans' children, all to give a tax break to his donors. We oftentimes think of corruption as something that's illegal, but corruption is really just the betrayal of the public's trust. It is the abuse of a public office. And by casting the deciding vote on that big, ugly bill, John Cornyn committed an act of corruption of the highest order. And he has forfeited his right to represent all of us in the United States Senate. Both Cornyn and Paxton like to say that they stand for freedom, family, and faith. But you can't stand for freedom and control women's bodies. You can't stand for family and vote against paid family leave, affordable child care, and our neighborhood public schools. And you certainly can't stand for faith and sell out the sick, the poor, and the vulnerable to give tax cuts to the rich. John Cornyn and Ken Paxton don't stand for freedom, family, and faith. They stand for control, cruelty, and corruption. And it's why we have to defeat them in 2026. I want to leave y'all with one last thought. My granddad was a Baptist preacher in South Texas. And when I was real little, he told me that we follow a barefoot rabbi who gave 2 commandments: love God and love neighbor. Because there is no love of God without love of neighbor. Every single person bears the image of the sacred. Every single person is holy. Every single person counts. This American experiment started with that same self-evident truth that all people are created equal. This democracy of ours is a lot more than a constitution. It's a covenant. It's a relationship between neighbors. It's a promise that we make to each other to share this beautiful country. Those billionaires and their puppet politicians are breaking that sacred promise. And breaking promises in a relationship is not love, it's abuse. And my mother showed me that true love doesn't tolerate abuse. 2,000 years ago, when the powerful few abused the many, that barefoot rabbi walked into the seat of power and flipped over the tables of injustice. His love rose to meet that abuse without becoming it. So to those who love this state, to those who love this country, to those who love our neighbors, it's time to start flipping tables. That's what my granddad taught me. That's what my mom taught me on the east side of Austin. It's what my students taught me on the west side of San Antonio. It's what LBJ and Barbara Jordan taught me. It's what Elizabeth and Ramon taught me. And together, it's how we will take back this state and this country for the underdogs in 2026. Thank you all very much.
That was good. And I think after having seen All Red in the last election, if I were a Texas primary voter, I think I would vote for Talrico over All Red. James Talarico, running for the Senate seat in Texas against John Cornyn. Although Cornyn's being primaried by Ken Paxton, so we'll see how that goes too. Paxton leads Cornyn in most polls. That's wild. Not that okay. It's not wild that he's leading, but it is really it's really rare for a senator to be primaried, particularly one that's not like engulfed in scandal. Who the fuck actually likes Paxton? The people who like Paxton are the people who or the people who would vote for Trump, right? Like it kind of makes sense, I guess. Paxton unseating Cornyn would be some MAGA final boss shit. Yeah. Like it's so wild. You know what's so crazy? It's like John Cornyn is like a horrible person, but like that's not enough for MAGA. They need worse. Worse. Yeah, it's my last live in October. I put a little asterisk right there. Y'all want to get banned on this account too? No. It was free. When did they? Oh, I wanted to watch Aaron Brockovich. Damn it. It was literally free like 2 weeks ago. Do they cycle the movies that are free on YouTube? They do actually, yeah, every month I think. Ah, I really should have watched it. I was waiting for to watch it with Mac. No, I don't want to. I don't want to watch on the virus sites. It was just like it was cool that it was free on YouTube. Totally thought you two watched it. No, no. Ace, it like you know how bad I am at watching new things. Like Mac is even worse at watching new things. Damn, that sucks. Okay, well, what full movies are free right now? I do love Django Unchained, but definitely getting banned if we watch that.
And who is this?
Okay, so
Hi, I'm Amy Poehler, and I'll be hosting SNL this week with musical guest Role Model.
this right here, Halo Top chocolate caramel brownie, has to be, pound for pound, the best, like, calorie to pleasure ratio of a food item ever. The whole pint is 360 calories, 19 grams of protein, and it tastes delicious. It's chocolate ice cream with brownie pieces and caramel swirl. Absolutely insane. And last week, it was buy one, get one free at your local neighborhood Publix. Okay. Came from YouTube. Oh shit, did YouTube end because we were watching SNL? God damn it, we can't do anything on live anymore. Because it's jam-packed with sucralose. It's not sucralose, it's erythritol. And sugar alcohols. YouTube just went down? Yeah, alright. Alright, we're done. We're done. So I don't think there's stevia in this. I wouldn't like it if there was stevia in this. Oh shit, there is stevia in this. Okay. Good to know. Hilltop will send you to the bathroom real quick if you eat the whole tub. Okay, this is information that I should know ahead of time. No, yeah. Stevia is listed later than the erythritol. Dan, your mouth sounds are too much. I don't know how to change the mic settings. I've tried. Too smacky in the mic. I don't know what to do. Advanced settings. Change your mouth. Oh, and I can't even see the settings because none of my things work. Just mute when eating. Okay. Is the YouTube gonna go back up now that we're not watching? I think we're just gonna play Mario. All right. Here's what's gonna happen. We're not gonna be doing politics for a while. Probably not gonna be live for a while. So I recommend if you like my content, make sure to follow Erica_Shante, Santana 24 Speaks, Hector R Talks, Pickles GGS, Cross 333. I think that's Brett Cross's at, right? What are we missing? What's going on? Yeah, this is gonna be the last. I keep smacking my lips. I'm sorry. It's gonna be the last politics live for this month. Few things going on. We have obviously Tuffy's procedure on Friday. I'm gonna be out of town for a wedding like a week and a half after that, and I've just really needed a break. And I think taking some time away to like better organize the lives themselves, I think is going to be super important. I'm so behind on the Discord. I'm behind on helping Tic Tac with the YouTube. He's doing everything by himself. We got to figure out if we're going to be doing debates or if we're going to be doing. We think about all the things we talked about. We talked about Mutual Mondays, right, where we bring up mutuals to co-host with. We've talked about like doing interviews with political candidates. We've talked about a podcast, Concepts of a Dan. We've talked about the alt left pipeline and whatever, you know, all that stuff. I just need some, you know, some time. But yeah, so is the YouTube back? Let me see. Yeah, the YouTube's back, by the way. They take it down while I'm watching. Yeah, the YouTube's back, by the way. Sorry. And then they in the fine print. Yeah. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have a little bit more of this ice cream. And then play Mario. We could do a pseudo raid for the people that don't want to watch Mario and just want to go to a different political live. On this account or change an account? Good question. I think maybe we go to the non-politics account. You know what? No, we're gonna stay on this account. We're gonna stay on this account. Play some Mario on this account. Why not? What's gonna happen? I'm not gonna lie, Mario is like white noise for me. In a good way, or okay. I really need to use this more. I forgot where to find it, but now that I remember, definitely gonna use this more. Santana Chisme? There's Santana Chisme? What's going on? Santana doing a special live tonight about the performative left? Is he on his backup? What's his backup name, chat? Help me out. Santana J24. Okay. He's muted. How do I unmute?
Best to keep that in mind and ensure that I am not using that word And I'm not saying that I'm perfect. I do slip up sometimes and still say it, but I try really hard to make sure that I don't. That's the truth. So while talking to this guy, I made fun of his voice. And I also made fun of him saying that it sounded like he had like a McChicken stuck in his throat. And from that point, you know, he and I went back and forth. I made fun. I said that we were going to fundraise for a neti pot and Vicks Vapor Rubs and all this stuff, right? Anywho, that was live. We got off. After that, I ended up debating when my live started to get spammed by a couple of different people who thought that it was okay to come in my live and to spam, take accountability for what you did, which I had no idea what they were talking about, right? None. And the reason being is because they didn't reach out to me. They didn't reach out to my mods. They didn't reach out to anyone. They just decided to start spamming in my chat and saying, take accountability for what you did. Now, I want to pause there for half a second because these people then got in touch with my mod. And from that point, had a conversation and told my head mod, well, what were we supposed to do? Were we supposed to just reach out to Santana? Yes. Quite literally, yes. Anyone that knows me knows that I, to my own detriment, check my inbox. And when I don't reply to my inbox, I send that to Kay. And I'm also someone that's not above correction. But instead of those people going that route, they thought the best thing to do would be for them to come in my live and spam my live and to break up the live and jump in the request and, you know, just cause issues.
Chat, Erica just
Now,
rated
I didn't
him.
handle that the best.
Should we
I
end the
ended up,
live and rate him
you know,
too?
getting one person up, Grayson. Hi, Grayson. And Grayson came up, and from that point, Grayson didn't really know what was happening. And then I ended up saying, hey, if you don't know what's going on, why would you even request up? And so I'll bring this Hannah person up. I don't have time to play with you kids. So a couple of things that was interesting about that interaction is apparently Grayson, because I said, hey, how old are you? Because Grayson sounded young. Again, anyone that watches me know I don't normally inquire about an age because, like, I assume everyone is of age. But this person that came up sounded young. And I was like, oh, let me make sure for TikTok purposes I check this person's age. And they said they were 18. And I was like, all right, cool. Now, apparently something that I missed, this is on me, I missed this. Grayson said that they were pre-T, which I didn't know what that meant, and I didn't even hear it, but Grayson made sure to say that, and I missed it. And then after kicking Grayson off the live, I said, I don't have time to play with you kids. Apparently, there was some pushback saying that I was being transphobic because I said Grayson was a kid. And I missed the pre-T thing. Now, to be clear, again, if you know me, you watch me, I will do anything and everything in my power to protect everyone within the queer community, including transgender people, because they are not only one of the most marginalized groups in the world, but the most targeted groups in the world.
I accidentally finished the ice cream chat.
Period. And some of my closest people that I love the most are a part of the queer community. And so I would never be anyone that would in any way intentionally harm them or allow anyone else to harm them. Now, when I said I'm not going to play with you kids, it's because, Grayson, you were 18. I'm 38. I'm 20 years older than you. I called you a kid because in my eyes, you were a kid. Not because of your voice, not because I was being transphobic. It's because literally I'm 20 years older than you. So there's that. So just to make sure everyone's clear and make sure that I go ahead and clear the air with that. That's what happened. Now, after the actual live, I ended up posting a video on my main page, still on my main page, 19 minutes long, right? I posted a 19-minute video on my main page where I opened up a vein. I talked about, not only did I apologize directly to Grayson, but any other person within the disabled community that I negatively impacted by the things that I said. Because again, I was told that I was being ableist by mimicking the voice of the person that I was originally talking to on the other creators live. And to be clear, I was. I take responsibility for that. I did not know at the time that I was being ableist. But after I was told about that, the closest people to me educated me and let me know, like, hey, that is a form of ableist, being ableist. Mocking someone's voice opens up the door to ableism. I had no clue. That was not my intentions. And so I said, I'm sorry. That's the truth. And from that point, that's when I made the video, 19 minutes long, and I genuinely apologize. I was also told, again, I was being fat phobic, and I took that one kind of personal because I shared something that's super personal to me, the fact that at one point I was almost 500 pounds. And I've dealt with my weight fluctuating in my entire life. As an adult, I've been almost 500 pounds. And as an adult, I've been down to like 210 pounds. Right? So again, I would never intentionally be fat phobic, but intent only matters to the person doing the thing, not the person that it happens to. So I get it. So that's why I shared my story in that video, and I had a genuine apology. And then from that point, I went back to Discord and I directly reached out to Grayson and I apologized to Grayson. But I didn't know, because I was getting this feedback about like, hey, Santana, you were being ableist, you were being fat phobic, you were being harmful. You need to say that you're sorry. And I was like, yeah, I can see that. I do need to say that I'm sorry. I do need to apologize. I do need to be accountable. And not only be accountable, but open up and share. And that's why I took an entire day to craft the video that I made and post it and put an actual genuine effort into addressing everyone. Also, Discord, I can see you right now. Hi, Santana Discussion. I'm glad you guys are watching, especially you, White Monster. You're super interesting. Anyway, I'll get back to that. I'll get back to you guys in a second because I do have screenshots. You guys keep posting. I got screenshots. Anyway, like I was saying, after I posted that video, because I was told that I was actually being someone that was, being harmful, come to find out, I was being manipulated. I was literally being manipulated by a Discord group. It's the Discord group that I'm talking to right now. They don't, well, I got them up on my screen. I can see them. I want to show you guys something really quick. Look at this. Let's get this up. Let's see here. This. All right. So if you guys can see it, it may be a little bit hard to see at the moment. But if you look up at the top here, this is my Discord, right? This is my Discord. Let me open this up to see how this looks here. This is my Discord at the top. And my Discord, if you search my name in my Discord, my name is mentioned 686 times in my Discord. This other Discord, my name is mentioned over 1,000 times. Over 1,000 times. These people talk about me more in this other Discord than my Discord talks about me. Oh, they're crashing out in the Discord now. They made multiple Discord channels about me. And the interesting thing about the Discord channel that they made about me is that other people would come into the Discord channel and say, hey, what is this about? And not only would they spin a narrative and play clips of videos instead of the entire videos, but they would bully people into anyone that pushed back and was like, hey, that doesn't sound right, or I don't see that from Santana, or whatever the case may be. They would swarm and attack the person and ridicule the person until the person would just say, you know what, I guess you're right. Anyway, that's just the toxic culture of certain Discords. It's weird. Certain people are weird. Anywho, getting back to where I was. So, as I was saying, come to find out, when I sent that message to Grayson, and I told Grayson, I said, hey, I'm genuinely sorry, and I hope you saw my video, and I wanted to reach out to you directly. Grayson took that message that I sent directly to them on Discord and took it to the Discord chat. And the Discord chat created a message to send back to me. They all worked together because they made a decision that they didn't like me. Apparently, they've been waiting for me to slip up again since the Harry and Chris situation, and they wanted an opportunity, and this is the opportunity that they got. And they not only, went through the whole thing of like doing that. Let's see. Hold on.
I know the Discord server,
You
but
can't see that.
since he's not saying it, I'm not going to say it publicly.
Dagnammit.
It is not his, though. If
Oh well. They went through the Hannah, I'm not reading your message. That's too long of a message for me to read while I'm talking. I'll read it after I finish my live. Anywho, they went through the
If the mods want to
process
know, I'll
of
tell you. Hold on.
talking about how I need to get on my knees and beg. I need to host a live and beg on my knees. Beg for forgiveness. On a live on my knees. I don't know about anybody else, but as a black man who grew up in the South, to have anyone tell me that I needed to beg for forgiveness on my knees, you got me fucked up. They continue to perpetuate the premise that I needed to come to them and I needed to talk to them and I needed to learn from them, especially Hannah. Hannah's a 19-year-old person that works with people with disabilities, and Hannah said that she wanted to educate me, which she's in other servers as well, saying that she wants to educate other people. The one thing that I'll say about that is I can always use more education. Hell, I mess up all the time. I do. I fucked up recently while I was debating Matt, right? So I was debating Matt and I got stuck on a part and I started stuttering a little bit, and Matt, you know, the right-wing person, not Matt the librarian, he's awesome, but this other guy, Matt, the right-wing guy, and I started stuttering, and he made fun of me. It's like, oh, don't start stuttering, after telling me that I have a 6th grade reading level, that I am perpetuating Black violence, after saying that I am showing why 1530 is real, while saying that I am embodying King Von. He said all of those things. And then I got to a point where later we were still debating and I got him to trip up and he starts stuttering. And I was like, oh, don't stutter now. And that was me being ableist.
I was there for that, by the way.
I didn't think about it in the moment. I was trying to get back at someone who had got a shot in at me during a debate earlier. And I can definitely understand how that's harmful. And I'm sorry that I did that. And again, the people closest to me called me out directly and said, hey, you fucked up on that. And I said, you know what? I did fuck up on that. Can't do that. Cannot do that. So, Hannah, for as much as you would like to think that you can dictate to me and force me into a conversation, you can't. You cannot. I literally have people, not only people that are close to me, people that are in my community, not only people within my community with disabilities, but people within my community that work with people with disabilities, people in my community that have been educated in this field for multiple years. And they're people that I trust. Not some random person in a Discord that's making themselves way more important than they are. So there's that. Anywho, the reason why I thought it was important to call this out, right? One, because yes, I do need to take accountability for the way that I perpetuated ableism. Again, I am not above criticism, and I am not above saying that I'm sorry, because I am. Especially to the people that I genuinely hurt. And I spoke to multiple people that I affected. And I took their feedback. And I'm incorporating that feedback to try to be better every day. I can't be perfect, but I can try to be better every day. But with that being said, none of those people are part of this toxic discord that for some reason has, for the last month, made me their personality. And I'm not interested in that anymore. See, you cross the line when you are no longer targeting me and you start targeting the people that I care about. You cross the line when you start targeting people in my community. Like Effie. Effie, that's her name, right? F-F-F-Y? Effie. Effie is someone who's a mod in other spaces and also a mod in that Discord, and Effie doesn't like me. Effie's the one that opened up the actual channels and kept the conversation going about me. There's Effie, there's JJ, there's White Monster, there's Tommy. Hey, Tommy. They're the people that have continued to perpetuate and keep the actual hate train going. Literally, they called it a Santana hate train. They called it a Santana hate club. They literally talked about multiple random days I wasn't even live, how much they hate Santana. Which is weird. Because to hate someone that you don't personally know, I don't get that one. But I'm not going to tell you what to do. But they literally made hating me their entire personality on a daily basis. So much so that multiple times a day, I would get 4, 5, 6 Discord pings. I would get random Discord requests. I would get random DMs. My mods would get DMs. My creator friends would get donations saying that you need to call Santana out. You need to hold Santana accountable. You need to do something about Santana. Harassing my friends and harassing my mods and harassing my community members is not going to get you, it's not going to get me to engage with you. It's just going to piss me off. Also, fun fact. I'm 38 years old. And yes, I know I've said that before. And I've seen you guys put that in your Discord. Oh, he always talks about how he's 38 years old. How mature. Ha ha ha. Yeah. Yeah, I'm 38 years old. And with that being said, while I respect every creator on this app that I'm friends with, there's not one creator on this app that can make me do anything. Not one. There's not one creator that can come to me and say, hey, you need to take down this video. And I'm just going to take it down. I'm grown. This is my channel. This is my community. And if you don't want to interact with me or my community, then you can leave our space. You don't have to follow me. You don't have to watch me. You don't have to engage or consume anything that I do. But there's no creator that you can go to in any Discord or send a donation to or spam a chat that's going to be able to make me do anything. Just so you know. So you can leave my friends alone. I've spoken with all of them. And I've told them the same thing. While I respect each and every one of my friends, there's nothing that they can do to make me do anything. Just so you know. Now, the biggest reason that I wanted to do this is because it's been a month. It's been a month. And the thing that bothers me the most is how it seems like certain people hold Black people more accountable than anyone else. For some reason, it seems like at times Black people are the only one that have accountability. I don't get that. Oh, one other thing that I want to call out. They said, this was like a month ago, they said in their Discord, right? They literally said to me, or not to me, but they said in the Discord, I know the guy was being racist, but Santana should not have said the stuff that he said, and he should not have mocked him. If you're not a Black person or someone that can experience racism, please don't tell me how I should respond to racism. If you're not someone that can experience racism, don't tell me how I need to respond to racism. You may think that me insulting people or calling names is not an appropriate response to racism. But what I say to you is, unless you can walk a mile in my shoes, take a seat. Period. So I don't need you lecturing me on how I should have responded. Also, one like really interesting thing about like that whole situation, right? One really interesting thing about that entire situation, that entire discourse that happened between myself and the person that I ended up like going back and forth with, right? His name was Silly Goose, right? You know what's like super interesting about that? After he and I had that entire exchange, this happened. He came back up on my live and we ended up debating again. But this happened.
Okay, Silly Goose, you gotta stop. No lie, hold on. You gotta stop. I could talk to you for way longer, but you and I have been talking for too long.
Yeah.
Listen.
Okay. Thank you for bringing me up. Greatly appreciate it. Great discussion.
Before you go,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Sorry about our last interaction. I know it wasn't like the best, and I didn't show the best of myself. I tend to be a little bit overzealous when I get on other panels, and the exchange that we had last time wasn't the best. But I appreciate you coming back. I appreciate you coming up here. And
I am too. You know, I can get radicalized myself. I apologize. Like, I think we had a very great discussion, you know, and we'll have different views, but it's good to be able to come together and talk about it in a dignified and honorable way. And I appreciate how you talked, you know, like it was vastly different. You know, I didn't get the term like racist, homophobic, you know, call this or that are shallow arguments. And it was more in a depth discussion that I greatly appreciate.
Well, you know, my wife kind of put me in check after I had that last conversation, and so you know she is my North Star, and she let me know that I can't do that. So, but no, I appreciate you coming up and actually having a conversation, especially because it's been a lot less conversations lately.
Yep. God bless you. Take care. Bye.
Have a good one.
We've talked to that guy before, right?
So the person that you know, I had the entire exchange with, right? Because the Discord chat was saying, oh, the guy had a disability because he was in Iraq. He didn't. There was nothing that was going on with his voice because he was a veteran. He said that he had lost an arm, but there was nothing wrong with his voice because he was a veteran. But even more than that, I had the ability to have a conversation with him and to personally tell him I was sorry and to actually engage him as an adult. So that's what happened. With that being said, this has been going on for a month and I'm sick of it. I'm sick of you bothering the people in my community. I'm sick of you DMing the people in my community, my friends. I'm sick of the entitlement. I don't have to speak to you. I don't. And I refuse. So you can keep spamming that Discord chat every single day. And you can keep saying, you just need to come and talk to us. I don't. And I won't. Just so you know, not gonna happen. You know, I'll be honest. I have 149 screenshots. Anyone that knows me, like I'm obsessively prepared. I don't say stuff that I can't prove. Like I literally, I'm not like I don't say stuff that I can't prove. And I keep all the receipts. It's funny, I was having a conversation with Kay and you know, she asked a question. I was like, hey, I still have text messages from May of 2020. I don't delete stuff. And I'm super organized. I have 149 screenshots from this Discord that thought that they had the chance to put this black man in his place, and now they're even more mad that they couldn't. Because let's be real, that's what it was about. It went from being about accountability to, one, some of them openly admitted, I never liked him. I never liked him. Literally saying it, I never liked him. To others who participated in multiple forms of microaggression because they didn't like the platform that I had, and they felt like I was too full of myself. They didn't like the fact that I run my mouth and there's nothing that they can do about it. They also didn't like the fact that I didn't just hop on live and let them join so they can tell me about myself. Which is another thing. While I do believe that as creators, it's our responsibility to be accountable to our communities, I think it's our responsibility to put out accurate information. I think it's our responsibility to be open and honest and transparent. And I try to make sure that I do that in every single thing that I do. But what I won't do is host a live where there's a parade of people that get to come up and tell me how I should be. Other creators might do that, but that's not me. The people in my community absolutely know how to get in contact with me and absolutely know how to hold me accountable. The people that aren't in my community that just want their pound of flesh can't get blood from a turnip. You can't. So maybe you should try holding someone else accountable, but maybe you should just try to hold yourself accountable and be a better person. Also, maybe you should get off the internet and go touch grass. I know that saying is like wildly overused at this point, but like if you're raging in someone's Discord every single day for hours on hours on hours, that's not healthy. That's literally not healthy. When you're making a one-time interaction your entire personality, that's not healthy. When you don't see someone for days, but you're still talking about them, and you don't know them in real life, that's not healthy. So maybe get out of the Discord, get offline, and get outside every once in a while. The last thing that I'm going to say about this is, it literally did not have to go this way. It literally did not have to go this way. If you only know me for doing debates, then you don't know what I'm about. You've never seen Brunch with My Creator. You've never seen Late Nights with Santana. You've never heard our conversations about intersectionality. You've never heard our conversations about how the Trump administration is affecting the queer community, affecting people with disabilities. You've never heard our conversation around colorism. You've never heard our conversations around gun reform. You've never heard any other conversations. You've never stopped to watch Brunch with My Creator so you can actually humanize creators. And so they're not just the little people that's on your screen and you think that you can actually control them because you support them. While I appreciate everyone's support, and I'm sure that every other creator does, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to take liberty and I'm going to speak for every creator. I'm going to do it. While we appreciate your support, there's no way that we could do this without you. But with that being said, we are actual people. We're not some magic person that just shows up on your phone or your tablet or your TV just for your entertainment. We're actual people. And the way that you engage with us, a lot of us take it offline.
He does not speak for me. I am a magical person.
So maybe instead of you trying to gaslight or manipulate people into doing what you want them to do, you just go work on being a better person yourself. Now, with that being said, Grayson, JJ, White Monster, Effie, who else? Who else? Let me make sure that you know what? Hannah, especially Hannah. Holy smokes. Hannah is the one that had like the all out grudge. Hannah posts like paragraphs in books multiple times screaming about how I'm actively being ableist. Multiple times. Effie wondered how they got blocked and they weren't following or they didn't watch it live. It's because I saw you open up multiple Discord chats about me. And why would I need you in my space if you have like negative intentions towards me? That doesn't make sense. Also, since I got your attention, and this is just for anybody. Hey, if you don't like a creator, get out of their Discord.
Oof.
If you don't like a creator,
Bye, all.
Get out of their Discord. Why are you talking shit about a creator in their own Discord? That's weird. You're weird. Not you holding them accountable, because that's not what you're doing. You're literally bashing them in their Discord. If you don't like the creator, leave the Discord. Why would you continue to engage with someone in someone's space that you don't like? That doesn't make sense to me. I don't like grapefruit. I wouldn't drink grapefruit juice. I wouldn't eat grapefruit candy. I wouldn't buy grapefruit scented candles because I don't like grapefruit. Why would I be around grapefruit if I don't like grapefruit? If you don't like the creator, get out of their space and get out of their Discord. And for the people that make the weird comment, I haven't watched this creator and I don't know how long, but yet you're still in their Discord every day. That's weird. You're weird.
I like Grapefruit Chat. I'm sorry. I'm unapologetically a fan of Grapefruit.
So yeah. Also, let's see here. What else?
Wait, are we not supposed to eat grapefruit on SSRIs, Olive? Hold on.
I think that's it. Honestly, I think that's it. I mean, the point of this is just to let you know, like, I see you. I see you. I've seen all of your messages. And you still don't get to speak to me. Because what you are doing is not trying to actually engage in any type of good faith. You just wanted a pound of flesh, and you're not getting it from me.
I no longer like Grapefruit Chat.
You're just not. But I see quite a few people that I engage with on a daily basis. A daily basis. And if you think that I messed up any way, shape, or form, please feel free to check me. You know how to reach me. You know how to communicate with me. Again, I am not above accountability. I am not above apologizing, and I am not above being better. I don't care that you want your voice cropped out of the video. It's my video. No. You came up on my platform. You can keep saying that all you want. You can keep complaining about it. I'm not taking the video down, and I'm not cropping your voice out. Also, no, hold on. We don't have to do that. I got it. It's okay. It's okay. Let's do that. There's no need. We don't have to mute that person. Just so you understand, I am not taking down the video, and I'm not cropping your voice out. It is my video. I spent hours working on that video. You came up on my platform. I'm not changing the video. Maybe you should think twice before you engage in public spaces. Whether it's joining a panel or whether it's talking in a Discord that's a public Discord. This is not a private text conversation. This was not someone calling you on the phone. You came up on a TikTok live in front of over 1,000 people, and now you want some type of privacy. Doesn't work that way, bud. And again, if you were genuine from the start, when I sent you a direct message, if you really wanted me to do that, instead of taking my message back to the Discord group chat and having them help you come up with a way to stick it to me and to actually mess with me, if you would have genuinely said, hey, can you please just remove my part from that video? I would have done that. Also, I saw the whole comment about taking legal action. You want to take legal action to get the video taken down. You want to take legal action and get the video taken down. Okay. May the odds forever be in your favor. Athena, the 19-minute video that I made when I apologized about engaging in ableism that I didn't know about, and then just the entire, it's the whole video. It's the one I said, it's like 19 minutes long. It's on my page. They want that video taken down because they came up on my live in front of 1,000+ people, and now they want privacy. TikTok. Yeah, I know, not the whole video, just your part. No. For as tough as you've been for this entire month in the Discord, for as much trash that you've talked for the entire month in the Discord, you know, I'm probably going to lose. Why would I? Like, seriously, again, for anyone that knows me, people know that I hate Discord. I hate Discord. I hate being in Discord servers. I don't talk to many people on Discord. I don't talk to many people in text message. And if I actually engage with you directly on Discord, and you didn't take the opportunity to engage with me in earnest, that one's on you. So, yeah. I honestly think that's it. Again, I have 149 screenshots, and I literally put them into like a whole presentation type thing, and I was prepared to share it all. I don't even think it's worth it. It's not worth it. This is the last time I'm going to give any of this any type of oxygen. And this is the last time for me to say, leave the people in my community alone. Leave my friends alone. Stop spamming in my chat. Stop sending me DMs. Stop sending my mods DMs. Grow up. I'm done. This all could have been handled in a different way. But now we're here. So, don't be performative. That's the whole point of all this. Don't be performative. Actually do something. That's why that's the important thing that I want to make sure I call out really quick. Hey, shit's on fire right now. Literally, the shit's on fire. And maybe instead of actually attacking the people that align with your thoughts or your principles, maybe we should be finding ways to work together to put the fire out. The performative left would much rather go after people on the left instead of going after people on the right who hold power. That's why the video that I posted, that's why it had Kamala Harris. It had those people screaming at Kamala Harris, and she doesn't have any power. They're protesting Kamala Harris, and she doesn't have any power. And she finally snapped and said, you go talk to Trump at the White House. He's the one with the power. And that's a microcosm of what black people deal with. You continue to try to hold black people to some unreasonable standard, and I'm fucking sick of it. I'm sick of it. I don't know what it is that you think you want from us. But maybe you should check yourself first before you start trying to check black people. I'm over it. And like I said in the video, I might lose some followers because of this live, but I damn sure am not going to lose my soul. I'm tired of tiptoeing around it. I'm tired of trying to appease performative left people. Hell, performative white left liberals. Performative white liberals. I'm actually sick and fucking tired of trying to appease performative white liberals. Not white people, not the white people on the left who are actually doing the things to try to protect and help and uplift marginalized communities. But the ones that are wearing the fucking blue bracelets. The ones that for some reason think that they can actually dictate what is or is not racist, or I'm sorry, how black people should respond to racism. You don't get to tell us how we deal with these things. I'm unapologetically black, and I will continue to be that. And I'll be honest about this. You better thank your lucky stars that there's one white lady that's been protecting you, because I would have been crashed out. Because I said, you might want to get off this Discord and you might want to get offline, because at the end of the day, I am a black man first, and I'm a content creator second. And just because you see me on your screen does not mean that you know me. You don't know what I'm about. You don't know my history, and you don't know what I'm like in real life. I do everything in my power to try to foster a safe and friendly community for everyone, when there's literally people that don't like each other just because they don't like each other. And I try to bring every single person together. And that's a fucking hard line to straddle. Embracing being a black man, while at the same time understanding that we need you performative white liberals. Yes, we need you. And it's my responsibility to bridge the gap between you performative white liberals and everyone else. So I'll keep doing that. Because it's my responsibility. But please, please, please don't get it twisted. You don't know me.
Sprinkle some info for us.
That being said, I'm done.
He's done. I'll give a recap shortly.
End the conversation. I'm gonna call it a night. There will be no debates tonight. And we'll see what the fallout is. I don't know what's going to happen once I end this live, but we'll see. Regardless, I'll still be here. Maybe with a few less followers, maybe with a few less people in the live, maybe with a few less engagements or whatever the case may be, but I'll still be here. So, anyway. That's it. I'm calling it. Is there anyone live? Is there anyone we can raid? Let's go raid someone.
If he raids us, it would come so full circle. I hope he doesn't. Santana, don't raid me. This is not.
Oh, Carbon's live over on the YouTube, so I'm gonna send you guys over. YouTube, I'm gonna send you over. Is Joey live? Swan? Yeah, go raid Joey or Swan or Dan or Brett. I see Brett's live. Go raid somebody. Go raid somebody. Tell them Santana sent you. And I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Thank you for all the taps, the likes, the gifts, the love. Thank you for just listening. For my community, my people. I love you so very much. I'm so appreciative of each and every one of you. I don't take you for granted. Thank you. Guys, and as always,
Peace. Okay. Okay. All right. I'm gonna do my best to recap this, piecing together what I knew before he went live, what we just watched, and the video that he posted before what we just watched, which we're gonna watch now. Hold on. Santana.
breaking. You know, I'm probably going to lose a lot of followers after this live, but at least I won't lose my soul. If you wonder what I'm talking about, then we have to start with this video from former Vice President Kamala Harris.
Sometimes think about, you know what, I am not President of the United States.
What you just watch is what happens when a black person that has continuously straddled the line of trying to not only embrace their blackness, but try to protect other people and bring other people along for the better of all, only to be persecuted and ridiculed by the left, and not just the left, the performative left liberals just like this. After having a negative exchange with these people,
Okay, we need a live from Santana just about apologizing to Grayson. You should too, Hannah. Santana should
thought that
go live
my
on his
apology
knees
was
begging
not
for
good enough
forgiveness.
for them, and they thought that I should actually get down on my knees doing a live and beg for their forgiveness. The interesting thing about this is this has been over a month and it's continued to get worse. So I'm done straddling the line. I'm done pacifying people, and I'm done not speaking out. And now I'm going to have a live and I'm going to speak out directly, calling out not only this, but every single performative left person that has been involved in all of this. I'm going to be on my backup account at the top of the hour because my main account is down again. And I'm going to be talking about all of this. And not only am I going to be talking about all the things that have happened for the last month, but I'm going to talk about specifically these people that for some reason want to continue to not only target myself, but my community, my mods, my friends, each and every person around me, because they feel like they haven't gotten their pound of flesh from me yet, and I won't bend the knee to them. I'm done putting my blackness to the side just to make sure that other people are happy and feel safe and feel comfortable. I refuse to do that. And again, I may lose followers because of this, but I damn sure won't lose my soul. You know, I'm probably going to lose a lot of followers.
Okay. Okay, so he posts this, then he went live, and we saw most of the live. All right, so going into this, I knew a little bit about what was going on because I'm a chismoso. So like I went and read up on some of the drama in a certain creator's Discord. Now, Santana didn't mention the creator, okay? So I'm not going to mention the creator. The chat seems to have put 2 and 2 together. So there's that. I will say that creator and other large creators really do have a lot of people in their Discords that don't like them, which is something Santana mentioned, which is like it's so hard for me to even fathom. I'm pretty sure everyone in my Discord at least like tolerates me, right? Like I can't think of like just dedicated Dan haters in my Discord. So it is a strange dynamic to have to be in someone's Discord of a person you don't like. But either way, they hate me. Dan used to have dedicated Dan haters. Okay, so hold on, let me. Okay. The mole. Well, yeah. The mole is different. Like these are open creator haters. But all right. Anyway, let me get rid of this. Okay, so apparently, like a month ago, Santana said something. I neither confirm nor deny in chat. Actually, you know what? I'll do the digging for you guys. Hold on 1 second. Okay. So back in September, Santana said something that he apologized for, which I believe was something ableist. Let me scroll up here. Oh my, it's so insane. So it's September 8th and September 9th, and the scrolling is taking forever. So I do understand the frustration when he searched his name and it came up 1,000 times in a Discord that's not his. That's like kind of wild, but okay. Okay, we're still going. Trying to get to the top. Hold on. We are still in September 8th. There's got to be like 1,000 messages just on September 8th, just in this thread about Santana. Like, this is insanity. Hold on. Scrolling. Okay. September 7th. Okay. Okay, so there's arguments going back and forth on September 7th about whether or not what he said, never get famous, Dan, no offense. Copy. Okay, so here's the clip.
I would say go practice on your coworkers. Your debating skills.
Okay, I remember this clip. Okay. So, not to mention many DMs of their team. Concepts of sympathy. Okay, so that person, I'm like 99% sure we talked to that person. The silly goose guy. Okay, so Santana apologized for some of the things he said during that clip. However, a lot of people were jumping to the conclusion that because that guy was a veteran, his speech was his voice was that way. Dean is here. Wait, why is Dean here? Hi, Dean. Silly Goose was racist first, I believe. Oh yeah, Silly Goose is an awful person. But if he's the person I remember, then awful, terrible person. But either way, I'm gonna miss you, Dan. I'm gonna miss you too. So people jump to the conclusions that because he's a veteran, right, his voice is that way due to a disability. And it turns out that's not the case. Bring Dean up if he's here. What's wild is even if Dean was requesting, I couldn't bring him up because the TikTok is glitching. It hasn't let me bring up any guests, which is why we watched that whole Santana thing anyway, because we didn't have any guests. What were we talking about? Silly was in my live today and I had to drop him because of the slurs. Yeah. Dan's last live of the month turning into a drama live feels right somehow. Dean is requested. No, I don't think so. People are saying Dean's here. I haven't seen him comment, but it could just be because okay, anyway. Okay, so to my knowledge, he apologized for this, but then something happened recently and a new thread opened up in this other person's Discord. Okay. Now that other thing that happened, I watched live. Okay, y'all know that I only watch lives when I'm on the toilet. I happen to be on the toilet, but I watched it live. He was debating. He was on a MAGA person's live, like he was in the box, and I think the guy's name was Matt, right? I by the way, I have not mentioned Dan. I didn't want to know. I have not mentioned whose Discord it is. Okay, Chad is jumping to. Chad is okay. But I watched it live, all right, and I can say because I watched it and because of how frustrating that conversation was, I recognize that y'all know, was I supposed to? Y'all recognize, I recognize that when he said, stop stuttering in that context, okay? In the context from a month ago, I haven't watched the full clip. He's apologized. That's a whole other thing. But for the context of what happened recently, like a week ago, when he said, stop stuttering, he was not making fun of a person's stutter. It was literally a throwing back at him what that guy threw at Santana in the first place. It was more of it was talking about someone stammering in regards to a point that they're getting cooked on, right? That's how I interpreted it. I watched it live and I didn't pick up on anything ableist. Now, to be fair, obviously we all have our blind spots. So he was fumbling over his lies. Yes, Roxfox. That's exactly how I interpreted it. Again, I'm not a part of the disabled community, so I can't speak for them. I'm not woke enough for this. But that's how I interpreted that. So in this Discord, right now, after that first apology, they're saying, well, if right after that apology he's already back to ableism, then that apology didn't mean anything, and then it starts snowballing, right? And so I started skimming through this Discord like a week and a half ago, maybe a week ago. Mac was with me. She can tell you the exact date because I'm a chismoso. Okay, sometimes I lurk when there's drama, and it just seemed like a lot of the same stuff getting rehashed over and over and over again. And it also like it started to remind me of when Covey was getting criticized after she was called the N-word like 40 times on a live. She used the phrase "sand N-word" like once back, and then they were saying, well, you can't respond to racism with racism. And it's like, I mean, Santana said it best. Like, if you're not the type of person that can experience racism, then do not tell me how to respond to racism. W. Covey. Yeah, the obligatory W. Covey. So, like, it was giving that. Not to the same extent, obviously, because the racism that she experienced there was probably a lot more than what Santana experienced. But these guests are unhinged. These are horrible people. The maggots are, you know people that support Trump, right? Y'all know. Okay. Disagree with that? It's literally what Tashika does. Wait, I don't know what we're disagreeing with. It was not in Tashika's Discord. Maybe also it wasn't Tashika's. I don't know, but I'm not in Tashika's Discord, so I can't tell you. But also, she had every right to, because that was incessant racism towards her. Right. That's why I'm not criticizing her, but there were a lot of people that did criticize her, and that's kind of what. Danny, I'm sorry. Why are you leaving? I'll get to that in a bit. That's not. Oh. Okay, Tashika's here. I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't know. I thought Tashika had blocked me after that one time, but okay. Anyway. You can't leave, Dan. You're too important. Tashika, my queen. Oh my god, this is getting wild. I can't even bring up guests on this account. This is so frustrating. Okay. So, where were we? The in October is maybe too tiny for some peeps. Okay. Dan couldn't beat a Jet 2 holiday. And telling a black person how to respond to racism will never be okay. Hey. Thank you, Erica. Yes. That's what I'm trying to say here. Dan is taking a break for the rest of the month. Did Tashika not defend racists, or are we forgetting? We are not pivoting to different chisme. At least not yet. Okay, just give us a second. Let me finish the recap. Okay, so from what Santana said and what some other people in chat have said, like Hawk, for example, I wasn't approached, so I guess people didn't associate me with Santana, but that's okay. But some of Santana's friends and mods were approached by these people, and he was getting spammed in this Discord, and it's over and over and over, and so that's what he was speaking to in regards to the last video we just watched. Now, that being said, okay, apparently I have not seen it. I don't know how old it is. There is a 19-minute video that uses a person's voice. Bro, you might as well stay on TikTok. Last live of October, because we will be live until November. Okay, there's a 19-minute video. I don't know how old the video is. We can go hunt it down if somebody knows. That's me, by the way. Okay, the person's here. The owl person. Okay. So the 19-minute video, Tashika shared the live. I feel like I should be scared about that. Also, I don't know who's in the box. I see there's a request and I can't open it. Okay. Good day to get banned on the main. All right. There's an owl and a silly goose. Yes, but I'm going to defend. I can't mod anyone because none of the pop-ups work. No, I can't do anything that causes a pop-up on TikTok Studio. It is not letting me. I'm so sorry, everybody. Okay, Owl is not, to my knowledge, is not a Trump supporter. So do not associate them with silly goose. different people. They just happen to both be named after fowls, birds, avians. Lock in Dan. No, I'm not even America. Okay. Chat, relax, stop jumping to conclusions, and let him get to the point. Okay, yeah. All right, so I don't know how old that video is. Okay, and it's a 19-minute video. I'm assuming it was his apology for the first situation, and it sounds like Dan. Oh my God! Wait, y'all. Okay. So I've been having really bad back pain the past 3 days, and my psychiatrist said it's possible a side effect of the meds. So like she lowered the dosage, but I just went cold turkey for 3 days to check if that was what was causing the back problems. So I am unmedicated. This is the full extent of my ADHD hitting all of you, and it's unfortunate that it's that's what's happening. I just remembered. How did we get here? Okay. So the 19-minute video. I don't know how old it is.
Oh, no, wait, I'm peeing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're good. It's all good. I'm peeing. They're there. I'm peeing. I'm sorry. I'm peeing. I'm peeing. I can't stop peeing. I'm so sorry. I'm winning myself. You're good.
Thank you, Whitney. Stop reading the chat, friend. Okay. So this owl person is one of the people who I guess was criticizing Santana in that other creator's Discord. Presumably, maybe one of the people that reached out to Santana and his mods and his friends. I don't know that full story because I have not talked to Santana behind the scenes about this. Now, from what I can tell, the owl person wants their voice cut out of the video because it was a pre-T voice. I'm guessing that's pre-testosterone. So I don't know the exact context behind their request, the exact context behind again how old the video was. Like if this person just went up on Santana's live yesterday and are now in a video today, I think it's like a little silly. But if it's like a while ago, then maybe it's a more reasonable request. I don't know. It's not old. It's new. Okay. They said not to read the chat. That was the only way I could think about doing it. It was maybe a month ago. It's a month ago. Keep your eyes closed. It's a month old video. Okay. The live they were in was from a month ago. Okay. Is this all about the Baby Doll Clansman's Discord? I'm not going to answer that question, but he hasn't had a conversation with anyone affected by the ableism. He tried. I was under the impression that he did try to have a conversation with Owl. That's at least what he said, right? The point, please. He said he did. He even played a video. I don't even know what's going on. Someone fill me in. He did. They didn't accept his apology. Why is this being brought up a month later? He apologized directly to Silly Goose. Oh yeah, wait, that's a good point. So the conversation was him DMing me basically saying to look at the video. Dan, if you want to find all the pertinent info, there are pins in that channel. So some of them I've watched, okay? Like some of the pins I've seen, there was a pin like of the actual debate that brought this back up. His debate with that Mac guy. And I've already given my stance on that. Okay. God, I want to reset so I could bring up guests or Dan just ignoring people asking what's going on. I don't know how else to explain it. Okay, long story short, Santana, there's a group of people that are criticizing Santana in another person's Discord. And that group of people has been very outspoken, and Santana just went live apologizing for what he felt he needed to apologize for, not apologizing for what he felt he didn't need to apologize for, and pushing back against the people that are, I guess, dragging this for so long. Tashika, if Santana didn't want to mention the person, then why would I mention the person? That's just like it's more about me respecting Santana than the creator. Oh, for being ableist a while ago, for the guest being that sounded nasally. That's what it was a month ago. Yeah. Dan Discord mod channel. Okay, hold on. Tashika here with her own agenda is not shocking. Oh my god, wait. The drama that is unfolding in chat. Hold on. I need to really not read chat. If we want to go to bed at night, I need to not read chat. Okay. Is anyone still confused about what happened? Should I re Are we all good? Okay. A month ago, Santana, I believe on Erica's panel, said something that he has since apologized for. Okay, he was making fun of the way someone was talking. He has since apologized for it. Now, about a week ago, Santana said something that is being construed as ableist. From what I listened to, and given the context, I don't personally think he meant it that way. However, he did point out that he's trying not to use that word anymore, but he didn't apologize because he didn't mean it that way. And he also pointed out that the first person that he was being ableist to, allegedly, was not disabled, or not disabled in the way that people were claiming. They were claiming that his veteran status was the reason for his voice being like that, and it wasn't. So, there's a group of people that were harshly criticizing Santana in another creator's Discord. Now, that group of people has also allegedly spam pinging Santana, Santana's friends, Santana's mods, and messaging these people. So Santana went live just a little while ago. He apologized for what he felt he needed to apologize for, didn't apologize for what he didn't want to apologize for, didn't feel the need to apologize for, and pointed out some of not only the hypocrisy, but also the high standards that black creators are held to, and black people in general are held to, when he pointed the connection to Kamala Harris as well. Then the end of the live. That's almost everything. Oh, okay. Another criticism was that Santana is not removing the voice of a person from his video. That person is a trans individual, and it was their pre-T voice. I don't know the full context behind the request. I don't know the full context behind how they were involved in the group that are criticizing Santana. I do not know, but that's another criticism that's happening now. Why they get on TikTok Live then? That's a good point. The video was maybe a month ago. We didn't know. You did great, Dan. Okay. They accepted the request. The clip was a literal month ago. Your voice is still pre-T, bud. Don't speak publicly then. I got on out of peer pressure. I was not in a good headspace, and no, it wasn't good. Also responding to being fatphobic by tokenizing his own weight issues to imply he can't propagate it. Okay. I'm gonna go to the pins, I guess, to watch what we're talking about there. A person doesn't have to be disabled for someone to hurl ableism at them. Just an important note. That's correct. That's true. If you want to restart, I will explain. Ooh. Okay, I could restart. So K is Santana's head mod that he was referring to. The white woman keeping him in check, quote unquote. K, if you want, you can call me on Discord, and then I won't have to reset, or we could reset. I don't know if the reset will work. I'm assuming that the reset will work, but K does not play. I'm telling y'all. Y'all were being racist in the Discord, so hush. No, you shouldn't give someone space when he's not here to defend himself. Who's not here to defend themselves? Feels like way more than 500 people in this. Okay, hold on. K, I'm in streamer mode, so it's hard for me to find you. Can you just message me first so I can see your name pop up, and then I need to fully understand what's going on. Kay will explain it perfectly. So something, what people are asking, like what people are asking, like what was racist that was said. One of the things that was said was that Santana needs to get on his knees and ask for forgiveness, which is fucking wild. But okay. Hello, can you hear me? Testing.
Can you hear me, or is there an echo?
We can hear you. Chat, can y'all hear Kay? They're saying yes. Okay, we're good to go.
Okay, so a month ago, I'm not gonna do any creators' names or their Discords. That's not anything that Santana does, so I'm gonna keep it that way. But a month ago on another Creators Live, that's when Santana and Silly Goose had the debate that ended up with all of the claims of the ableism and everything like that. After that, Santana issued a 19-minute apology, which is on his page. It was pinned. I'm not sure if it still is, but I think it is. That apology wasn't accepted, which no apology has to be, but it was deemed not good enough. And from there, it has been an incessant amount from a particular Discord that's made several channels, then deleted them. A lot of people left comments on the apology video using alt accounts. And then I had put a message in that creator's Discord that said that this was approached pretty much in a way that was immature and childish, and someone could have reached out. And I left in that message that my DMs were open, that anyone that wanted to have a conversation could. No one took me up on that. About 5 days later, they were still going at it in this particular thread. And I went in there, I, said again, like, we're not going to keep addressing it over and over again. There was a request from Owl to have the video truncated down, and I did take one DM from one of the users, JJ, who said that their most important things were to have the video taken down or truncated that had Owl in it, and that they also wanted to have a conversation with Santana. And at that point, Santana was closed to that conversation because people that he did trust actually gave him information on propagating ableism and things that, he didn't know about. So when we moved on from that, and, I told JJ that we were not open to having a conversation with people who had been relentless in the Discord, she kept belaboring the point that the video with Owl needed to be taken down, or they were going to get or they will, in all capital letters, decide to look into legal action to get a cease and assist, not a cease and desist, but a cease and assist. To which I said, this conversation's over. You can explore your legal options, but we're not taking this any further. Santana has an LLC. I have a full-on career. This is a hobby. This is not something that I do 24/7. I'm not a chronically online person. So, this has been going on now for the whole month. They have been spamming other creators who are friends with Santana, who speak to him on a daily basis or weekly basis, spamming their chats, interrupting their lives, pressing boundaries. And the reason the video isn't being taken down is because there was plenty of opportunity for people to reach out in a mature manner, have a conversation, and none of those avenues were taken. So from this point forward, Santana said what he said tonight, and if he loses the followers or people don't want to engage, they don't have to. I mean, same thing. Like, there are creators that I watched for a long time, and then, I just don't like anymore, or they've done something. I don't expect anything from anyone. And anyone who knows, how I do run the platform for Santana, it is always in the best interest of everyone in the community. We talk about a lot of different topics. So there was these people who decided that they knew what he was about because they watch him debate sometimes, but they don't ever watch late nights where we talk about real issues and hold panels for people. So as all of this went on, the constant hammering in, the other creators' Discord was to a point where they literally did ask for him to, and they want to say it's a joke, but they wanted him to apologize on his knees. And for me, that was kind of the end-all, be-all of where things ended for me for any civil conversation. He should not be subjected to speak like that, and that's it. And no disrespect to other people who wanted to have a conversation, who seemed like they were good faith, but we're not going to take a lecture from teenagers on, certain topics that people have MDs, PhDs, and master's degrees in that we have in our own community. So that's where Santana came to this point. The person willingly came up on the live. TikTok records those lives. They are available to all creators, and they can be used to be clipped. Anytime you come up on the live, you know that. So for this person to be constantly raging out about not wanting their voice, it was consented to when they came on the live. They don't have to take apologies. They don't have to like Santana. They don't have to follow Santana. They don't have to watch Santana. But they don't get to choose how creators move, and they don't get to choose how creators, who they platform, how they do it. It becomes quite parasocial and sometimes dangerous. But for anyone who is, and this is the last thing I'll say, anyone who is a Santana community member, if any of you, if I find out any of you are trying to find out who people are other than their usernames, you won't be welcome in the community either, because we don't do that either. Any other questions I could answer?
I think you covered everything that I had. Did anyone in chat? Was anyone in chat still confused? I think that covered pretty much everything.
So the YouTube video is on. It's public. So the YouTube video of the original debate with Silly Goose is on Everything with Erica. It can be watched there. The apology video is on TikTok and pinned, I believe. And the subsequent issue that happened on Matt's debate, that 4-second clip was in a thread that has now been deleted because after this live, they decided to leave it and go start another one somewhere.
I imagine those screenshots are screenshotted though, right?
Oh, at this point, I think my phone's going to tell me that it's memory is full. Yeah, no, everything that, from the begging on the knees to the constant, he didn't actually apologize because he said, if you were affected, we all know that apologies, come in all sorts of ways. There was also, a bunch of feedback on the apology shouldn't have been public. Well, the harm was done in public, so it seemed fair to apologize in public. Then there was, well, I don't want a private apology, I want a public apology. It was back and forth constantly. And then as it started off with 10 or 20 of them that were constantly talking, and then anyone that would say, oh, what did he do? And then they would bring them in, and they would say, look at what we have here. And they're like, he's horrible. And then they'd be like, oh, yeah. People making, troll accounts to leave extra comments, but then when they were called out on that behavior, they went and erased them. So all of those have been screenshotted. So I honestly, policing Santana's behavior on how he reacts to things, he's not above reproach. And I'm sure I can find you a bunch of screenshots of me, asking him to not do this, that, or the other thing. I've come up on his lives before, excuse me, when it sounds like somebody maybe has had too many, and I blatantly said, I don't think this person can consent to this conversation, can we drop them? And I do that to make sure that everyone else knows in the chat that I'm not just doing, I could tell them behind the scenes and say, hey, you gotta drop this person, they can't consent to this conversation. I do it because I think it's important that everyone knows that how we move. So if you don't want to follow him, please don't. But there's also no reason for what has been happening over the course of this last month, because a group of individuals feel that that apology wasn't good enough for them, or that they didn't get what they wanted. He made an apology. You cannot accept it. People have apologized to me before, and I've been like, no, sorry. Can't take it right now. So I think it's good for him to have finally just moved off of this. All he wants to do is be able to do what you all do. Try to talk to people. His content is heavy during the week with late nights, with heavy topics. and then he has debates the rest of the time. So, and again, my DMs are always open, either on Discord. I'm in Dan's. I've posted there, so if you want to send me a message and have a conversation, you're more than welcome to. I'll be more than happy to facilitate, whatever, but nothing about this anymore because we're done with this.
All right. I appreciate you for coming up and clearing things up. I was fighting for my life trying to summarize that, but thank
When
you,
you just
Kay.
closed your eyes and tried to focus in, I was like, he shouldn't have to do this because, especially if you haven't watched everything, you don't know where everyone's coming from or the questions. But I have seen it all, and and when it first happened with him, that was fine. But people that are saying that by having Owls not taking that apology video down or shrinking it because he wants it that way is also propagating transphobia. That's absolutely not correct, because that was a willing participant. Whether he was in the right frame of mind or not, that wasn't on us to decide, because he came up willingly. He didn't disclose he wasn't in the right frame of mind, whatever. And there was a time where I did tell somebody that I had a DM with, I would ask Santana about it. But then started the, we're going to look into our legal options and things like that. And at that point, we're not doing anything. You can do your legal searching and stuff, and you can read the TOS on TikTok, and you can see what it is. So, but thanks for having me up, and, I always appreciate the Daniverse.
Thank you so much, Kay. And I appreciate you.
Happy last live of October, because I could read the fine print.
Thank you. Yes, that's correct. It was some good clickbait for on the main before we got banned. So, all right, Kay. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And have a great night.
You too. Bye.
Bye. Why not just do an AI transcript if they don't want their voice to be heard? So, okay, in regards to the Grayson thing, I honestly, I guess I'm on the fence about how I feel about that. It really depends, though, on the context of everything. Bring Owl up. I can't. I can have them call me on Discord, but I can't bring anyone up on my account right now. It's just not working. I am Daniverse. Hear me, Cheeseman. Oh, I have some Cheeseman. Hold on. I'm posting some deep lore in the mod chat. I think it's time to move on. Yeah, yeah, so I agree with what Naquan said in chat. It's they weren't doxxed, and once you join somebody's panel, you give consent. So here's the thing. I can see a world where this Grayson person didn't realize until after they came up that they really did not want their voice to be out there. But hold on, I'm trying to find Discord. Okay. Well, just a heads up, people will hear your voice. So, like, if you do call me on Discord. But if you didn't want to potentially be recorded, don't go on live. If they were being respectful, it would have been matched with respect, and that's what Santana said, and that's where I'm kind of like on the fence. So like, I can definitely see that if they weren't being respectful, then it's like, okay, I'm just not going to grant your request. Like, so when I deal with buyers, right, that buy my Pokemon cards, if someone buys something, right, and then I already ship it, and they're like, oh, I bought it by mistake, I'm so sorry, can I just return this, right? I'm gonna eat the cost of the shipping, but they came at me nicely, and I'll be like, yeah, no, that's totally fine. But if they're like, okay, so you need to cancel this right now. My child had my phone, and you have no business shipping this card to me. I'm gonna be like, sorry, it's already shipped. You know, so like, they're definitely not being respectful. They're entitled children. TikTok TOS doesn't matter. Appeal to authority. Jesus Christ. Wait, he wasn't even talking about TikTok TOS. Dan, respectfully, you don't know the whole story. Everybody was respectful until words were twisted. Demanding things from people like that is wild. Yeah, exactly. Owl gave Santana no grace. %100% not true. Yeah, so I mean, at this point, it's a he says she. This is not a pronoun thing; it's a phrase. A he said she said situation. So he didn't give me any by snapping at me on the first live. I mean, I can. Not like it matters, right? Because, well, like, what does my opinion matter? Is literally the, I don't know, on his knees is pretty crazy. On his knees was not from Owl. To be clear. On his knees is not from Owl. How important are these people really? Well, Tashika, all people's opinions are important, okay? Who was that from? I don't remember who that was from, but Owl is Grayson, though? I believe so, yes. $24-hour last live. Hannah said it apparently. Okay. Oh, I got a message. Oh. Okay. All right. Hold on. No, it wasn't Hannah. Okay, it wasn't Hannah. No, JJ said it, not Hannah. Okay. Hannah did not say it. It was JJ. Don't spread a lot. I'm just reading chat. Okay, you do not need to put that in all caps, all right? I just read it in chat, okay? Relax. I don't know who any of these people are. No, it wasn't serious. Wait, JJ, you do recognize that whether or not you actually wanted him to get on his knees is not the issue, right? It was a joke. Of course, I didn't expect him to do that. Okay, so it sounds like, JJ, you're not understanding what the issue is. The issue is not that you actually expected him to get on his knees. The issue is asking a black man to get on his knees and apologize to you. Thank you so much, Swan. Did you really need that spelled out after the whole live that Santana just had? Like, you didn't know that? JJ is white. Must be a white people joke. Okay, all right. There's people trying to... Okay, hold on. I'm trying to talk to Dan about the Santana thing. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm coming. I'm on my way. All right, what I'm gonna do...
I'm peeing. I'm sorry. You're good. It's all good. I'm peeing. They're there.
Speaking of white people jokes...
I'm peeing. I can't stop peeing. I'm so sorry. I'm winning this show. You're good.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. The person who's trying to talk to me, I'm just gonna add you as a friend. Send me a message, and then you can call me on Discord. JJ not even saying sorry while trying to force a black man to apologize for the third time is wild. Yeah, that is wild.
You talk about extreme.
Thank you, Whitney. Hold up. I just got an interesting text. Give me 1 second.
Our country is being destroyed by stupid people.
Thank you, Whitney.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Thank you, Whitney. Okay. All right. This person is messaging me. Okay. Okay. Can I say who I'm speaking to? Person. Like, can I? At least that first part, or no? Okay. I'm speaking to Hannah right now. Chat. All right. So this is Hannah. There's JJ, the person who made the racist comment and is not apologizing. There's Owl, and then there's Hannah. Okay. So we're speaking to Hannah. Who is Hannah? Hey, then just call me Owl, please. I thought that's what I was calling you. Oh, because the other. Okay, I got you. Yep. Okay. While they type that, in the meantime, if you're here for the first time, we don't normally do live like these. Actually, these Choose May lives are few and far in between nowadays. But normally, what we do is when we're on our main account, we do political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. This is our backup. We did get banned tonight for asking too many Trump supporters whether they would vote for a child rapist. So we did get banned tonight on the main, but feel free to drop a follow here or on the main account. It's Dan Malik Politics. We'll be back in November. I am taking a break. This is a weird time. Okay, I understand there's a weird time. A lot of you might be seeing me for the first time, and it's like, okay, this guy's on his backup, not going to be live for 3 weeks, talking about stuff he doesn't know what he's talking about. I get it. Okay, I totally get it. But I swear, when I come back, it'll be worth. And I'll hopefully be back on the meds. If the V meds are causing back pain, then I'll switch back to the A meds. I can't say the words because I got banned last time I said the words, but y'all know what I'm talking about. Okay. Share the meds, bro. Okay, hold on. Please update the header. Oh, yes, thank you. Okay, so for those who are wondering who I am, I was the second person who went up onto Santana's live after Owl. I'm going to give the whole rundown from my point of view. It's a lot of text, so I apologize. Damn, Dan, I haven't seen you as much lately. Hope you recuperate during your break. Yeah, so I trimmed down my live schedule to Friday, Saturday, Sunday nights because just my mental health was not going well. Mostly due to the gestures vaguely at what's going on in the world. And then of those lives, like sometimes I'd cancel and then sometimes I'd play Mario. It was a whole thing. But who will explain the follow-up drama to us when you're gone? So, Kai had a great idea, which is maybe instead of doing debates, I just do like Chisme lives, like drama recaps of these political things. I mean, we did a pretty good drama recap of the situation with the influencer drama. Yeah, but like specifically political influencer drama. Like we did a pretty good recap about that guy that was raising $20,000 of mutual aid for a studio. That was a pretty good recap, I think. Some of our recaps take 7 hours, which lead to some angry claims, but we're the new Irish. No. Wait, never mind. I take it back. Back. We're not doing that. I feel like we were watching that episode of Always Sunny where Charlie has the pics in the street. Okay. Somebody asked the meds earlier. Okay. So I was on the meds that are the name is similar to the opposite of subtraction, right? The addition, right? The meds that sound like addition, okay? And I switched to the meds that sound like viable, right? It starts with that same syllable, to see if that would be better. Lately I've been having these like really, really bad back pains, and so my general doctor like gave me muscle relaxers or whatever, but my psychiatrist was like, it's possible, it's a very rare side effect, but it's possible that it could be from this. So I went cold turkey on those for 3 days now to see if that's what it is. So if I seem extra like unfocused, that's why. Did the back pain stay? Yes and no. It's not as bad, but also I have also been taking the other meds, and I've been moving less, so I'm not sure. It's safe to go cold turkey off the VMed, by the way. That's what I thought too, Haley. Yeah. It just obviously it makes lives like this difficult. Okay, Santana was on a panel debating people on why they were MAGA. Santana was brought up mid-guest and after the guest was being racist and overall a piece of shit. It is important to know that the guest had a small stutter and sounded nasally, kind of like when you get allergies or have a cold. Yeah, this is the Silly Goose guy, I believe. Santana was brought up onto the panel and says some of the following things to the guest. We're going to have to give this motherfucker a trachea if we keep going. That's the only way we're going to be able to get through this. Also, during the live, Santana would have the same mannerisms as someone who was drunk, slurring his words, talking really slow, and having a stutter. However, he would be able to snap in and snap out to those mannerisms and speech patterns. Okay. This has all already been apologized for, right? Just so we're clear. Like, we're talking about the thing he already apologized for. The apology was saying sorry if you were offended, and he went on to mock another stutter after. The 19-minute apology? Yes, sort of. That's the next part. Okay. All right. So here's the thing. I want to watch the 19-minute apology for myself, but I also don't want to watch it on live because this owl doesn't want their voice heard. So like I'm in like a pickle here. SNL debuted 50 years ago today. All right. Happy birthday, SNL. No, he was talking about when he did it with Matt. No, the Hannah's not talking about Matt person yet, I don't think. Wait, Pickles is here? Hey, Pickles. Joking, you said pickle. You got me. The second time was with Matt Nuclear. Yeah, the second time. I watched that live, okay? I watched the Matt Nuclear thing, and I don't think... Disclaimer, I am not a part of the disabled community, but I don't think Santana was being ableist. I do recognize that maybe we should just not... Parker just joined. W. Parker. Maybe we should just not use that word. Not use the word stutter. But I don't think he was using it in an ableist way. That's just my opinion from watching. I watched it live and I saw the context. Say stammer. Yeah, like we should maybe say stammer instead. Wait, Kamala Harris joined the live. Maybe that wasn't his intent. No, I think with the context, it's clear that wasn't his.
I'm peeing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're good. It's all good. I'm peeing. They're there. I'm peeing. I'm sorry. I'm peeing. I'm peeing. I can't stop peeing. I'm so sorry. I'm wetting myself. You're good.
Yeah, I swear my community has to be the funniest fucking. Chat is killing me right now. And he addressed impact over intent. Oh, so he did address. Okay, so he addressed impact over intent. That's good. Didn't he make fun of Santana stuttering first? I'm so confused. Yeah, the Matt Nuclear guy did do that. Okay. Hold on, really quick. There's a big wall of text that I'm going to read in a second. Just
I'm beating him off.
I said, well, let's see how we say that. Acetaminophen. Acetaminophen. Is that okay?
okay. Now going on to when I went up onto the live, I want to make it clear that my intention from the very beginning was to educate, and that still is my intention. Excuse me. Nothing on that front has changed. Hold on. What were you guys saying about if you eat too much Halo Top in a row? Okay. Nothing about I want to make clear that my intention from the very beginning was to educate, and that is still my intention. Nothing has changed on that front. So when I joined, I was more in the mindset of, can I calm the situation down at all, as things are now very tense, so that way not only Santana, but the whole chat can have a learning experience. However, when I get up onto the live, I clarified what I'm going to say owl, because they asked me to call them owl. Hannah wrote the other name, but okay. I clarified what owl was trying to say, and then was immediately dropped down. Then and only then does Santana give a very dodgy and not good apology. The apology that was given on this specifically went along the lines of, I wasn't ableist. If you were offended, sorry. Now, at this point, I did not rejoin guest requests, and that was for a few reasons. One was because of the comments on the live. I did not blame Santana for these comments or upset with him over these comments. The second reason was because I was genuinely angry, upset, and disappointed. If I did join the guest requests, again, nothing would have been productive, and it would have been a lot of yelling. I guess what I'm confused about is like it's okay to not accept someone's apology. Then don't we just I guess just leave, like you just not support them, right? Like what's the I don't get what the point is of like reaching out to their friends and their mods and what is Halo It's okay. This right here, I'm not sponsored, okay? But this is the best dollar to dollar or pound for pound when we're talking about calories to pleasure ratio. 360 calories for the whole pint. Chocolate caramel brownie. 19 grams of protein. Absolutely insane. And every once in a while, it's buy one, get one free at Publix. So instead of being $6, where I'm not in that tax bracket, it's 2 for $6. George Soros joined the chat. I'm not a big fan of chocolate. They also have a really good cookies and cream. But the sugar. Okay. So here's the thing. I'm gonna read the rest of Hannah's thing in a second. But as long as you don't have like some a sensitivity to sugar, so like if you're diabetic or have some insulin sensitivity, Jimmy Carter's then like all sugar is just another one of the calories. So like everything can be broken up down to carbs, protein, and fat. For every gram of protein and every gram of carbs, that's 4 calories. Whereas every gram of fat is 9 calories. So yeah, this might have a decent amount of sugar, but the whole thing is only 360 calories anyway in the first place. Okay, what are we talking about? Hannah. All right, we're talking to Hannah. Sir, the lack of focus. Now going on to... Okay, we talked about that. Now at this point, I did not rejoin the guest requests. Oh, wait. Never mind. I already read this. I thought they sent more. I used to down one of those a night, and I have type 1 diabetes. Yep, definitely not medicated. The Nobel Peace Prize here. Wait. Oh, wait. Hold on. I have a solution. Okay. There we go. This is TikTok. Wait, how can we make this worse? Maybe I'll be able to focus better if I don't have to read the chat.
The Subway Surfer kid just joined. Not Subway Surfers, can you add soap cutting videos instead, please? JD Eyeliner just got here. Dancing Fruits. 5 more screens, please. Oh, thanks, Dan. Where's Marco? Markiplier key jingle. Dancing Fruits PLS. Oh no. 2 hours too late. How do you know I have ADHD? Bruh, no. Don Melk just joined. Following for Subway Surfers. iKeyboard videos, please. Oh my god. I second the soap cutting video idea. This is worse, homie. Charlie Kirk joined. At RTPS falsetto voice, why do you want to punish us?
I'm sorry. They're still typing, chat. There's nothing left for me to do. They're still typing. Are there other people that are trying to contact me? Yes, okay, but the issue here is defending the ableism because the guest was speaking racist. The apology to me at least didn't seem to recognize that in this instance that ableism is bad and that no matter how rude someone is as being, you should never stoop to the level of ableism. But lock because it not only affects the person who is disabled, but it also impacts all of the people who are disabled in that community. So like if you're making fun of someone with a stutter, you're not just making fun of that individual, you're making fun of a whole group of people with disabilities. Okay, that I get. But I know that was in the 19-minute apology. Right? It had to be. So is the argument that because he said the thing to the Matt person a week ago? Nothing beats a Dan's last live holiday. It was out, wasn't good enough for them. They just don't want to accept an apology and let it go. See, okay, so I think I can maybe see what the problem is. So apology number 1 was good, but apology number 2 they didn't like. But apology number 2 was for a much smaller transgression. So is that... Wait, are we excusing racism for ableism? Oh no, Mermaid just joining has to be so confused. I'm sorry, Mermaid. Wait, do I still have this meme up? Hold on, where is it? If they didn't like it, keep moving. That's what it sounds like to me. Nah, sorry. They had a whole weird Discord about Santana. I don't give a fuck about what they say at that point. Yeah, okay. So I did see that. I saw the Discord discussion, and I also recognize it does get really weird when there's just like a hate group in a Discord about you, okay? And I know that because I've been through that. So I get that. DD Mega Doodoo just joined. Okay. All right. We're going to get rid of the Subway Surfers. Hate group was a place to discuss what happened. I think, Owl, that maybe it started that way, but it started to snowball. From what I saw. I was reading this like a week and a half ago. And it seemed like it started to snowball. Maybe that was the reason it started, was just to talk about the issue, but it seemed to snowball. Can we all at least agree that is using the magnet in Subway Surfers? They dropped his name 1,600 times and were racist in the chat, so no, it evolved. I'm beginning to think Owl is not a hoot. Oh my god. I think Owl is more offended by someone joking about stuttering than racism. It was demands from the very beginning. Feels to be touch grass sort of issue. Yeah. Okay, Hannah's still typing, chat. I'm trying. Wait a second. Whoa, I just got a screenshot. Welcome to the hate club, as Santana so lovingly calls it. I'm a Santana hater. I enjoy being a Santana hater. Welcome to the Santana Slammer Society. I don't know. We had a hate Harry and cancel Chris. What do we do for Santana? Now Hannah has to like backspace and type new stuff. Just okay. How do I? I'm kidding, Hannah. I'm kidding. This is what touch grass is for. Screenshots are forever. Yeah, so I'm okay. I'm while Hannah types, I'm just gonna say this. something Santana said that I think is important to talk about. Creators are like real people, and it does get really weird when some people start to just hyper obsess about certain creators and like what they're doing, rather than just if you didn't like their apology the first time, you don't like it the second time, I just let it go. Like that's what I would do, right? So like there's a couple creators that I'm not a big fan of, and I just don't watch them. I just move on. But that's like I really don't want to. I don't want to be like actively. I wasn't really hyper obsessing. I have a life. Just want the voice taken down. Wait, Dan, you're real? I thought you were AI. Dan, some people need to learn to close the app. It's hard to let it go when both them and their mods drag it on. Wait, them and their mods drag it on? Who? Josh, I don't know who you're referring to. You can't take breaks from creators. I've done it many times. Not obsessing, but there's a whole Discord server about him after an apology. I mean, stop watch. Oh, okay. Josh is annoying and trying to be a main character. If you all mentioned his name over 1,000 times in Discord, you all were obsessed. I know people mail all sorts of things. Has anyone started sending grass? If no one called out the racism in that hate group, an apology is no longer required. Ooh. Okay. Let me see if Hannah typed anything.
I'm beating him off.
Where's JJ's apology? I don't think we're getting that. Have to be willing to hold your own people accountable. 100% true. But if the person you're trying to hold accountable apologizes and you don't accept the apology, then it's okay to move on. It's okay for you to say, okay, this isn't my person anymore. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay. The reason why I personally wasn't able to let it go was without being too personal. Wait, Hannah, do you want me to read this out loud? Or I don't know if I'm just confirming. Is this okay for me to read out loud? Okay. The reason I personally wasn't able to let it go without being too personal, I am disabled myself, but I also work with the disabled community on a daily basis, so ableism is something that I don't let slide. I was a fan of Santana and enjoyed his lives. Also, there were multiple times where Santana brought up that he was being canceled unprompted. I also want to make it very clear that my goal was never to hate on Santana long term. I hate that this has gone on for a month. Like, this has been so draining. Going off of the being canceled thing, Santana continuing to talk about the situation even though he has completely asked us not to. On 9/22, he was on a live and Santana said something along the lines of people trying to cancel me for making fun of someone's voice. Okay. Shout out to Subu Neely and RTP's falsetto voice. Thank you so much for being the top 3 likers. We've actually been live on the backup for 3.5 hours now. Wow, time flies. Also, I didn't mention it because we were watching Santana's live at the time, but my controller reverted back to the issues it was having last time we tried to play Mario. So I either need to try the solution we did last time, which is plugging in the Xbox controller and then replugging in the GameCube controller and seeing if that works, or get a new like compatible GameCube controller, or just never play Mario again, or there's not a fourth or. Sorry. I overestimated the amount of ores I'd need. I haven't liked the once and still think you should do bottom like. In other news, something to brighten your day, okay? Donald Trump announcing the tariffs, the new China tariffs, led to a massive crypto sell-off, and there are a lot of really, really upset crypto bros that voted for Trump because he was the pro-crypto candidate and were over-leveraged because crypto bros really like to over-leverage when they're in a bull market, and they all got absolutely ass-blasted. So...
I don't care about you. I just want your vote. I don't care.
Yeah, literally. Thank you, Whitney, for the funny gun. Perfect timing. Also, he made fun of a different person's stutter after this apology. Santana has made fun of someone who had a stutter. Wait, hold on. Is the different person you're talking about Nuclear Matt or Matt Nuclear or whatever? Because if it's that person, I don't need to see the clip. Yeah, okay. Does this person even have a stutter? He was making fun of the person because they were stammering. The lies were catching up to them. And they were saying that to Santana prior in the clip. Like, this is where you guys lost me when I was doing my own Cheesemare research a week and a half ago. That doesn't change anything. No. Okay, it does. It does. And I'll tell you why. The way he's using the word stutter there is referring to not being able to keep up with the lies. Now, we can say that just that word is ableist and should be removed from our lexicon. If that's the case, I get it. I get that. If that's the argument, I get that. But that's not how he was using it. And I haven't seen anyone say that argument. I'm seeing people saying that he was making fun of this person's stutter. No, he wasn't. So that's where you lost me, because I watched this clip and it was clipped to personally in a deceptive way, because I watched this live on the toilet. I watched this live and this is where I knew Kim, people are dying. And this is where I knew I was like, okay, I think they kind of just hate Santana. People saying that did not watch the live. Exactly.
Oh, wait, I'm peeing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're good. It's all good. I'm peeing. They're there. I'm peeing. I'm sorry. I'm peeing. Okay. I'm peeing. I can't stop peeing. Yep. I'm so sorry. I'm winning myself. You're good.
Thank you so much. That's the point. Saying stammering equates to lying, propagates hate for people with stutters. Okay. They started demanding a specific type of apology after his first apology. I mean, I guess It's possible. It's possible that y'all might just be a little too far left for me to understand this. Like I fear the plot has been lost. Yeah. So if somebody is stumbling over their words.
Oh, no, wait, I'm peeing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're good. It's all good. I'm peeing. They're there. I'm peeing. I'm sorry. I'm peeing. I'm peeing. I can't stop peeing. I'm so sorry. I'm winning myself. You're good.
Shauna, thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to be honest. I didn't have that backstory. I only had this clip. I do agree with you there then. I should have done more to verify and look into this live content creator, and I will apologize for that. Okay, Hannah, I appreciate that.
I don't care about you. I just want your vote. I don't care.
Thank you, Whitney. I appreciate that, okay? But you must recognize that going by how long is this? An 18-second clip and having such a strong opinion about it for this long without ever looking into the full context of the clip is wild to me. Okay, like I appreciate that you're open about saying that. If honestly you couldn't have waterboarded that info out of me, I would not have said that. So I appreciate that you're being honest that you only had that clip, but
You talk about extreme.
Thank you, Whitney. This is how we got where we are, people not doing their due diligence. If you think it's liberals, you need to analyze the concept of propagation for leftism. Propagation for leftism. Can't say the word stutter anymore when people are stumbling over their words. What's the alternative? See, okay, Lavender, the problem is I don't even know if that's the request. Because if that's the request, if the disabled community, in the same way that they came forward about the R-slur, right? If the disabled community comes forward and says, we really do not like the term stutter being used to describe people that are, tripping over their words or whatever, then I would hear them and I would do my best to avoid using that. But that it doesn't even sound like that's what their argument is, or at least the people that are having a problem with this. They're just saying that he made fun of his stutter. And he doesn't have a stutter. That's what's confusing to me. Like this Matt Nuclear guy does not have a stutter. He just was stumbling over his lies. He was lying his ass off. And he used the same phrase to Santana first because Santana was stumbling over his words trying to get out a sentence. He said, stop stuttering. Like that's what he said. So Santana threw it back at him. Now, if the argument is
turn like a pretzel.
Thank you, Whitney. If the argument is we shouldn't be using that word at all, I get that argument. And if the community has a consensus about it, the community being like the disabled community, not like the people in this Discord. If the disabled community has a consensus about that, I will listen, right? Because that's a part of being on the left. I listen to marginalized communities, and I do my best to not offend anybody. But that doesn't even seem to be the request. The request is just, or the argument is just, he made fun of this person's stutter, and the person didn't even have a stutter in the first place. So that's kind of where I am with this. A straw hat pirate's flag next to an American flag is an oxymoron. It's covering. It's starting to cover the American flag, and then every few weeks it gets a little bit more over the American flag as we descend into fascism. Aren't we supposed to be fighting maggots? Why are we always fighting each other? Laugh my ass off. Yeah. Hannah was the one who put the 18-second video in the Discord.
Try that MAGA shit. Try it.
Wait, how is that possible? So, who clipped it?
Percent rate.
Who clipped this? Who's the one screen recording with 30% battery? Guys, no, we can't clip this.
He's having sexual relationships with the boot.
Thank you, Whitney. Guys, we need everyone's consent to clip a live stream. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They had to clip it so they can dogpile on him. That Discord is so freaking toxic and has been for so long. Wait. I just got some screenshots on Discord. Hold up. Wait a minute.
They take in the geese.
Thank you, Whitney. Okay. It was DM'd to me. I don't want to give out info that I don't have permission sending. It's okay. You don't have to tell me who sent it to you. It's okay. I'm not trying to get somebody, you know. But yes, I was the one to post it in blah blah's Discord. That is correct. If the spread where this post is still up, I will delete the message and write up a message clarifying this is not an issue. All right, we did it, chat. We saved the city. I didn't give you consent to read my. I have to be up in 2 hours to go pick up dogs for adoption, but
They're
I'm too
eating
invested.
the dogs.
Thank you, Whitney. Oh my god. You are next, Dan. Consent was not implied.
I am the chosen one.
Thank you, Whitney. All right, y'all. We're gonna go through dramas 1 through 10 tonight. Is Hannah going to apologize to Santana now? I'll leave that up to Hannah. The 2 requests we have: editing Owl out of the apology video. It doesn't need to be taken down, just edited. Okay. I will say this: that is not possible on TikTok. It's possible on YouTube. It is not possible on TikTok. He would have to take the whole video down. An apology that doesn't have "if I caused harm," because Santana was told that his words were harmful. I think that's all I have to say. Okay. Heard. Has Owl ever heard of the Streisand effect? That's a good point. All right, so chat, I'm gonna watch the 19-minute apology offline.
China.
Thank you, Whitney. If you have any questions, let me know. All right, thank you, Hannah, for being so candid. I do appreciate it. I'm gonna watch the 19-minute apology off live. Come back after you watch. Where is it? I think it's on his TikTok. Sometimes we don't always get what we want. I feel like Nagito, the way he said no, that's wrong to a lot of this. Wait, I don't know who Nagito is. I know Nagato from Naruto. Wow, Dan, I guess we're not all in this together. No, because like there's a person here that really doesn't want their voice heard, and so like I'm trying to. It's like early September for when you're searching. Okay, Dan, just mute their part. How am I gonna know when their part is though? Mute yourself. This falls way short of 24 hours, Dan. Okay. All right. Then maybe they shouldn't be on TikTok. He read my comment about Nagito and I'm embarrassed. Okay. It. All right, wait, I just got some info. Their part is only like 20 seconds. Oh shit, wait, I just realized that I dropped like this massive teaser in the mod chat and then just left. I didn't give them any context. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Oof. Just play it, bro. I'm gonna play it. I'm just gonna skip their part. I'm getting the timestamp right now. Excuse me. Okay. All right, we got the video. All right, we're about to get the timestamp. I need to use the restroom. So give me like a minute, maybe 2 minutes if you want me to wash my hands. So I will leave you guys with some entertainment in the meantime. All right. But we'll be watching the
Oh, no, wait, I'm peeing, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're good. It's all good, I'm peeing. They're there, I'm peeing. I'm sorry, I'm peeing. I'm peeing. I can't stop peeing. I'm so sorry, I'm wetting myself. You're good.
Thank you, Whitney. Also, real quick, change the header. Okay. Okay. Watching Santana apology / SNL. Okay, really quick.
Oh, no, wait, I'm peeing, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're good. It's all good, I'm peeing. They're there, I'm peeing. I'm sorry, I'm peeing. I'm peeing. I can't stop peeing. I'm so sorry, I'm wetting myself. You're good.
I take back what I said about this. Oh shit, I'm still on the live one. Okay. All right, we're back. Hold on, I had an idea for a meme, really quick. And then we're gonna do the Santana apology video. All right, hold on. You had the Halo plops. Hoopin, that is a good question.
Come on, man.
Thank you, Whitney. Okay, where were we? Did you wash your hands? Yes, I did wash my hands. Oh, these comments are insane. With important to hydrate after cholera. I was just thinking that. I was just thinking I need to replenish my fluids. When are you going live on your main account? I'm banned for a week, but I also wasn't. I'm planning on taking off of political lives until next month. But for anyone that's here for the first time and wants to follow the main, I will. I'm gonna pin. That's your guy right there. I told Irish you're coming for his job while you were gone. Oh, thanks. Just what I need. Okay, video time. Yes. Okay, so I got the video, and then and I got the timestamp. Okay. I'm gonna share it to myself. I'm gonna put it in mod chat. All right, mods. Okay.
What's going on there, bud?
Okay. So we're gonna skip. There we go. All right.
And then goes back and complains that she only had 170 days for election after Trump destroyed him and the Biden in the debate and end up like quitting. Which what signals to America that once you get beaten badly in a debate, you quit? You know, like are you taking it like quit? Or, you know, like, Are you just gonna like disconnect
me?
me and move on? Is that I see a lot of Democrats follow suit on that.
You're going a lot of different places here.
They just disconnect the opponents.
Okay, so I'm gonna start by answering that. So Kamala Harris was she did win the primary. So I don't know what you're talking about. You guys complained that she didn't have a primary, but you wouldn't vote for her anyway.
Primary did she win? Doesn't matter. Supported with facts.
So Kamala Harris was the.
She went
He's trying to say that somehow we're grifting, but he's up here in your live begging to stay up because he can't breathe, and if he leaves, he's scared that he's gonna stop breathing. How about you go blow your nose?
If he leaves, he's scared to stop breathing.
Now, those were two different videos, and both videos were me. And with that being said, I have some apologies to give out. I have some people that I have to say I'm sorry to. First and foremost, I want to start with the first video with Grayson. Grayson is the 18-year-old that came up on my live and told me what was going on, why they were actually spamming in the chat, and what had been placed in some other creators' Discord about me somehow being ableist. I want to start by saying, Grayson, I am sorry for the way that I actually spoke to you. I was upset about what was occurring in the chat. I did not know why you kept actually spamming, and then even more so when you got up on the live and I gave you an opportunity to actually explain what was happening, you couldn't really articulate yourself, but that's on me. I understand how much pressure it can be when joining a live and actually speaking in front of thousands of people, and I should have been more kind, I should have been more understanding, and I should not have pushed so hard. I apologize. I'm truly sorry, but thank you so much for coming up and at least trying to tell me what was going on. Next, I want to get into the actual voices that were made. I'll start off by saying at no point ever have I thought that making fun of anyone with a disability has ever been acceptable, and it has never been something that I would do or ever condone. And even more than that, making fun of people for physical characteristics or things that they can't control is not something that I do, or should I say something that I should not do, even if I'm pushed to that point. Now, let's see how this actually all started. How do we get there? And then how did we end? This was my first interaction with someone by the name of Silly Goose on another creator's live.
They're all again, I would honestly respect you saying that if you came in here with your real profile picture and your real name, or just like this person here, Silly Goose. What do you have to say?
Well, I just, Carl from Up wants his glasses back, like if you could just...
No, Carl's one more square. His were more square. These aren't as square.
They come in here.
Did you get them at Spirit Halloween?
Like they're such weak incels, and they're scared to put their name on it. Hey, Silly Goose, what's your name? Say your real name. Say your real name.
Daddy.
Exactly. You're a fucking
absolute coward.
Say my name.
Literally isn't even going to be able to argue anything into my name. Trump.
Now, just to set the stage, I want to let you guys know why I was a little bit hot and heavy when actually meeting this person. It's because every other person before that had been trolls, had been racist, had been homophobic, had leaned into all of the things, and I was ticked off. Now, let's get into me making fun of Silly Goose. Like I stated before, at no point in my life have I ever thought that making fun of someone with a disability is funny, and I would never try to mock anyone as far as sounding like I have a disability or a speech impediment. What I did was make fun of someone who I thought had sinus issues, that was stuffy, and that needed to quote unquote blow their nose. And I said this multiple times throughout the entire live.
Silly Goose.
So why do you care about who voted for whom in 2024? The election.
Hey, when was the last time you took Mucinex? Happening with your son? I'm gonna go ahead and go. Just hey, how about you actually blow your nose or cock back and spit whatever that is out before you keep talking.
Juice box.
There you go. Why does it sound like his tongue swollen? E. Stop breathing through your tongue. What the fuck is happening?
What does that even mean?
You know what, guys? This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna crowdfund to get Silly Bitch a humidifier. He needs it. We're gonna get him a humidifier. We're gonna get him some Vicks Vapor Rub. We're gonna get him a neti pot. All of that because he is. I don't know. But all of the shit that's crusty in the back of his throat, in the back of his nose, he needs to hawk to it, and I'm sure he likes to do it. Anyway, he needs to go ahead and get that out. So we're going to crowdfund. As a matter of fact, I'm going to send my dollar over as well, starting the dollar to get Silly Bitch a humidifier, some Vicks Vapor Rub, and a neti pot. Silly Bitch also a humidifier and some Vicks Vapor Rubs. And if we have enough money left, we're going to do like an old black recipe. We're going to get him some socks with onion, cut the onion up, put him in the socks, and put him on his feet. We're going to clear all that shit up. We're going to clear all that shit up. That shit, get all that mucus out. Oh, I'm sorry. 1 second, E. Chanel in the chat says, say it with your chest. Chanel, his chest is full of mucus. He cannot do that. What are you talking about? You're trying to send this man into hyperventilation. Don't do that. I'm sorry. Go ahead, E.
Next, I want to get into the whole fat phobia thing. I don't think it's funny to make fun of people because of their size. When I say that, it's personal. This is a picture of me in college. This is also me in college after I crossed my fraternity my sophomore year. And this is me 1 semester after I graduated. This is me in 2010. And this is me in 2012 after I lost a ton of weight and I was holding up my size 64 jeans that I used to wear. This is me before I had my first son. This is me after my first son. And this is me after my second son. This is me in 2020, the week that I actually met my wife. This is me the day we got married, less than a year ago. The reason why I shared all of those pictures to show you that I have been through the ups and downs, and I battle weight loss, weight gain, and making fun of somebody because of their size is something that I would never do because I understand that pain. Also, this is me wearing my niece's wig. It has nothing to do with anything, but I just thought it was funny. Now, should I have said those things to Silly Goose? No, and I understand that afterwards, no matter, even if I felt like I was being pushed to that, I should not have responded the way that I did. Next, I have to address the homophobia that he exemplified throughout this entire time we spoke.
You haven't done shit in your life, but
Silly Goose,
like, suck on, calm down.
Hey, Buttercup. I just want to know. I just want to know.
God, is that cum you're sucking on?
Sure. I just want to know.
It doesn't sound like you have a cock in your mouth.
You know what? Why do you always go to genitals? Like, what are you doing? Stop doing that.
Because
it sounds like he has a dick in his
like
mouth.
they're all,
I mean, it's so vastly
they're all undercover, and they use it as an insult, not understanding that like your sexuality is your sexuality. If I was gay, I wouldn't be afraid to say that I was gay. I'm not closeted like most of the Republican Party. Like if I was gay, first and foremost, I would like fucking lean into it, and I would be, listen. I would be a prize. No matter if I'm straight or gay, I'm gonna be the prize, right? But like they try to use it as an insult because they're so fucking insecure and they think that it's such a bad thing because they don't know. They don't know. That's it.
Those were a couple of instances, but I tried to make sure that I called it out and let them know that this is unacceptable. And we can't forget about the thing that happened throughout the entire live. It was persistent and consistent, and that was his absolute leaning into racism at every opportunity.
You know what DEI stands for?
Yeah, I do.
What is it?
Why is he pivoting like this?
He's pivoting because he
It
wants to say
stands
the
for
N-word
take
and
earn
he
it,
can't.
you motherfucker. Like
he
black
wants-
people
he's
that like
He's
earn like
pivoting,
fifth place.
he's pivoting because he want to call us the he's pivoting because he want to call us the N-word, but he can't.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. What are we doing?
Who's the white person
that
that's
motherfucker
coming
was so
second
hard.
and actually like placed in first place because of the color of your skin?
He's so mad.
The color of your skin. I'm black. I have reading comprehension of a third grade level, and I need help, with my math and reading comprehension and everything else,
So you need a tutor?
So then I get on TikTok and earn like pennies on the dollar to like try to supplement my income and compete with the white man who has all the privilege in the world, right?
Okay, so I'm going to try to reset with you, all right? I want you to ignore the man that's below you, okay? All right? Act like he's not here, Silly Goose. Just act like he's not here, okay? All right.
Like his dad?
Excuse me.
I mean, I would say your dad went out for like a carton of milk, but you're still breastfeeding, so that's not enough excuse. You obviously don't have a job. What job do you have? Let's get Santana all over there and get a job. What can we do to do that? Let's talk
Yeah, all of that. All of that.
Let's get Santana off welfare and contributing it to TikTok. And
With that being said, I will answer your question.
You just have a SNAP benefits card.
You said what?
You just have a SNAP benefit card.
Yeah. As of October of 2024, there were roughly 47,925 unhoused veteran.
How many homeless blacks are there?
Wait, where are you getting your numbers? Because I'm
How
specifically
many homeless
citing
blacks are there?
No.
Answer the question.
You answer the question. Where are you getting your numbers from? Because
It's
I'm
240,000 homeless blacks.
Sure. Where?
So I
Hey,
don't think veterans
where-
need your help.
listen,
We need more
listen,
veterans
this
help
is-
than we need
this
your
is
help.
not-
Oh, shout out to Jonna for the $5.
Welfare. Santana, get your job. Let's get them off welfare. Get them up. One parent families.
I let him know that he was not going to get any type of special treatment or any type of remorse from me about anything because he chose to be not only homophobic, but he chose to be racist as much as he possibly could. And I called that out, and then he continued to crash out.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, E.
Yeah, I'm also missing body part.
No one's talking to you. Go ahead, E.
You want to fucking
Go ahead, E.
Okay.
my country?
Why couldn't you vote, Jesse?
I had a felony record.
Oh, okay.
Huh?
Police brutality.
Oh,
Nation, you fucking.
okay. Felony record.
Come on.
So one
Say
second,
my
one
face.
second. Yeah, no one
Yeah,
gives a
say
fuck
my
about
face, you
no one gives a fuck about that when you come up here being a racist piece of shit. You think you're gonna get some type of sympathy after being a racist piece of shit? Fuck out of here.
He's so mad, y'all.
Say it to your
crashing
fucking
out.
face, you fuck.
I just did. Anyway, go ahead, E.
That shit.
Go ahead, E. I got him.
Crack.
Let's see.
I mean,
He thinks that he's gonna get sympathy after being a whole full-blown racist.
Sorry, this is depression right here. I'm sorry.
No one gives a fuck after you just came in here being a full-blown racist. You think racists get sympathy? You were racist and you've been homophobic this entire time. Go cry to your ancestors. I'm sorry. Go ahead, E.
This is a fucking great crash out. Like, he is really mad.
Yeah, he is.
He is so mad.
He got big feelings in his
Like,
tongue.
his feelings are huge. It was.
You
I
got
will
like a
say there
stand.
were a few attempts to actually have a conversation with you, and you literally chose not to. So this is where we are. All right. This is the consequence of your actions. All right. Hey, actions have consequences, good or bad.
They do.
All right. Now, with that being said, hey, Jesse, so you said because you have a felony record, but like, okay, you didn't vote, all right, but you do support Donald Trump. All right. Do you consider yourself as a Democrat?
Donate.
It's just the racism through the news, E. Sorry.
And one other thing I want to make sure I draw attention to, because again, people may still be talking about the voice that I made and said that I was actually trying to portray someone that had a speech impediment, which I would never do that. I tend to make fun of people and the way that they speak as long as I don't think that there's an actual speech impediment. And if there ever is, or if I'm ever told that, I quickly apologize. Just look at what I did to Erica.
Thank you, Feisty, for the $5 super chat to feed our pet. Yes, to feed our pet. All right, draw some hearts in the chat. Draw some hearts in the chat. Hey, guys, you might be witnessing me lose my voice in real time again. This cannot happen. All right, I just got it back. All right, so it can't happen. Thank you guys so very much. Hey, Jesse, so I have a question for you. Hopefully we can have a better conversation than simply.
Hey, do you want me to ask Jesse the question while you figure out what's going on?
Leave me alone. Stop doing that. I'm not gonna lose my voice. I'm not gonna lose my voice again.
But I'm just letting you know I got your back, E. I mean, I'm here for you.
I wanted to know, like, just.
Now, something that I do want to make sure that you understand is that I don't play about ableism. And it's something that I call out directly.
There's a couple of things. I'll mention 3 things specifically. One, we operate under the assumption in society, at least in the United States, that life is valuable, and we don't base that on whether or not that particular life gives any objective value to society because we care for disabled people. 2, under the law, life is protected. So if you
Wait, why do you keep saying disabled people? That's weird that you keep singling disabled people out like that.
Because they don't.
Why are you?
They don't provide any.
Wait, hold on. Wait, say it again.
Yeah, they don't provide any objective value. We just value them because they're alive.
What the fuck are you talking about?
We just value them because they're human. We don't unalive them on purpose because.
Oh,
they're human.
you're a gross piece of shit.
Hell,
Got it. Why? So your premise is that people with disabilities don't provide any type of value?
Right, but yet we value them anyway. Like I do. Do you?
Oh, okay. Yeah, because they're fucking people. What are you talking?
Okay,
Oh, that
so-
was okay.
so-
Real quick. Sorry, cook talk.
repeat it
Real
so
quick. Cook talk. Do you wear glasses?
Yeah.
Okay, you have a disability.
Yeah.
So you have no value.
No, my disability does.
Okay, then no. By your own premise, you just said that you don't have value.
I got a few comments. So, just even though it's not like the main point of the video, just like these guests are reminding me of the reason that I'm taking, or one of the reasons that I need a break. Because my goodness, the absolute human scum that just live among us. Like we have the first, the silly goose guy, and the racist shit he was saying. This guy just said something. By the way, just so we're clear, the dude that couldn't stop peeing said that we should throw disabled people off a cliff because they're useless. So this is like a common thing on the right. The right feels this way. There's just only a few of them that are willing to say it with their chest. Dan, it took everything in me not to request up that night. I don't blame you. Like I'm getting heated just listening to this. And I know how I would have reacted on my lives. Certainly during the past couple months, I would have lost it. My patience with these people is so low, and I'm just, my jaw's clenched. I would have been banned. Period. Yeah. So yeah, I needed to just take a break from what I was hearing just for 1 second. Number two, I'm pretty sure Santana's not bleeping correctly because we could still hear the curse word, and also the bleep is really loud. So Santana, just my personal notes on that. Number three, okay, I mentioned to you guys while I'm on break, right? I said, make sure if you want other lives to watch, make sure you're following Santana, Erica, Hector, Brett, Pickles. If you're looking for the best videos, okay, the best political videos. Not that those people don't make good videos. They all make amazing videos. But my goodness, I have never seen this man right here, Adam Khan. I have never seen a video of his that I didn't go like that I didn't like and repost. Like everything he posts is just exactly what I'm thinking or feeling or want to express. So if you're not following him, awesome creator. He's obviously just here tangentially. But like for videos, I don't know that there's anyone better right now, in my personal opinion.
Because you have a disability.
I said
You
no.
hear how fucking insane that sounds?
Objective value. Like I don't generate currency if I'm not able to move. Right.
Currency these nuts in your mouth. That was gross, Adam. Like what the fuck are we even doing?
I was caught off guard by that. I was not expecting him to say that.
I was wondering why he kept saying people with disabilities. I was so confused as far as why he was saying that.
Yeah.
Also, I support not only the marginalized group that I belong to, but all marginalized groups, and I made sure to state that last night. So for anyone here that has a problem, I wasn't mocking a speech impediment. I would never mock anyone with any type of disability. There is no point or time that I would actually make fun of anyone with any type of disability. I don't know if you guys know who I am or what I do, but this is a safe and friendly community. I say this all the time. We don't deal with any of the isms, racism, sexism, classism. We also don't do any of the phobias, homophobia, transphobia, none of it. We don't play any of the actual phobias, isms, none of it. So if you have a question about who I am or my character, please understand that I support not only the marginalized community that I belong to, but I support the marginalized communities that I do not belong to. And even more, I made sure.
Really quickly, Phil, thank you for the $2. I'm not gonna read the message because I don't want to cause an argument in chat, but I agree with you. I'm gonna feed Walker really quick. I'm gonna keep the apology playing because I frankly I think I've heard enough. But I'm gonna feed Walker and I'll be right back.
To apologize when I realized what was happening. With that being said, I was not being ableist. If I offended anyone with a disability, I'm genuinely sorry. That was not the intention. That is not what happened. But I am sorry. I was talking to an asshole that was being a racist. And since he was being an asshole and being a racist, I took it there. And I want to do it again. I'm sorry. If there's anyone that was negatively impacted by what I said, that was not my intentions. And I know for a fact intent only matters to the person that's doing it, not to the person that's impacted. And I am truly sorry. I would never make fun of anyone with any disability That is not what I was trying to do. And if you were negatively impacted, if you felt like I was doing that to you or anyone that you love or care about, I am genuinely sorry. Last but not least, I do have to address something. There were a lot of beeps in that. I said the B word a lot. And I want to be clear, when I've said the B word, I've never said that to or about a woman or anyone femme presenting. That is not who I am or what I do. I do have a bad habit of calling men the B word when they are acting like a bunch of a-holes, and that's on me. The one thing that I will definitely commit with this video, I can't commit that I'll be perfect, but I definitely commit that I will be better. I will try to make sure that I use a better tone, temperament, and word selection when speaking to everyone. I think it's my responsibility and obligation to actually set a positive example, and I will try to do that to the best of my ability. With that being said, that's the entire story. That's all of it. Thank you to the people that brought this to my attention. Thank you to the people that actually stood up for me and actually tried to advocate for who I am and what I do. And thank you to any and everyone that is watching this video. I love you all, and as always, peace.
Okay. So Mario time? It's 3:34, Mark. I think it's the end of the live time, pretty sure. I thought that was a pretty solid apology. I'm confused. My guess is this is if I'm playing Owl's advocate or you know whoever, if I'm playing devil's advocate, right? My guess is that they heard the I was not being ableist part and took that at 2:34, and took that as he's not apologizing. That's the only way you could have watched that whole thing, and then. So I thought it was a decent apology. Just said I wasn't ready to accept, not that I'd never accept. Well, then they heard whatever they wanted to hear. But he made it worse when he proceeded to post a video saying I didn't accept. When did he post that? Notice he addresses impact over intent. Yeah, he did. Like, he pointed out that it wasn't his intention, but he still apologized for the impact of what he said. Also, okay, this is a total side note. All right, I know this has got to be rage debate. Like right after the day of the apology just played, I think. Okay, total side note. I know it's not the main focus of the video, and it wasn't even the main focus of the Discord server, whatever. Okay, the B word. Then they seem to just want to be right. They won't admit they went too far. Well, Hannah at least admitted that she didn't have the full context, so that's something, right? About the Matt video. Owl admitted they went too far. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Owl was in the chat when they said they wanted him on his knees. And I'm guessing that they didn't say anything about that, but anyway, okay. I have a question about the B word. Is it still obviously it's problematic to direct the B word at a woman or femme or anyone like that. Is it problematic to call a man that word? Yes. Okay. No. Okay. And I'm not asking on Santana's behalf. I'm asking on my behalf because I use that word or have used that word, right? And I don't think men should use it generally. Okay, I'm getting a lot of no's now. Okay, so I'm gonna give my thoughts. Oh, hold up. We got more information unrelated to this. It's objectively saying a man is weak because women are supposedly weak. Okay. So because of the history of the word and how engrossed it is, not engrossed, how associated it is with women, when you use it as an insult to describe a man, it's because you're saying they're being like a woman, and that's an insult. Am I getting to why it's still problematic? Okay. Follow-up question. I have found that this term is used a lot more in certain communities, and I am not sure if it's fair if culturally it's used in a different way in those communities. Well, let me rephrase. It's not that I'm not sure if it's fair. I'll take that back. Can it be judged in the same way if culturally it's being used in a different way? Or is it more so that because of the roots of it, it's still going to be problematic? There's nuance. That's why black voices matter. It's not AAVE, so it is problematic. Like saying bitch please, or what do you mean? Okay. Why do you demand a public apology and accountability from Santana, but then can't do the same? I'm assuming you're asking, what about when used in the LGBTQ community? I don't think the word is always bad, but generally is better not to use. Okay. Would this also extend to, hold on, in AAVE, we say it with a meaning of pathetic and not as a synonym for woman. Okay. Eden is saying a kind of what I was referencing. That's at least how I've interpreted it from communities that I've interacted with back when I lived in New York or in New Jersey. It's just, I guess I feel a little weird talking about it because I'm not a part of those communities, but I think I guess the argument is that using it to describe pathetic is because it's rooted from misogyny. I'm just trying to learn. I'm being open and just trying to learn. Okay, I also think words can change meaning. Correct. Yes, exactly. I don't see it as a synonym of woman, but it is gendered like dude. No.
Thanks, Obama.
Oh, thank you so much, Monique. This is my backup, so I don't use it very often, but I really do appreciate that. I do think the content and intent matters. It's a real solid insult to hurl at a misogynist, though. I think the P word is much more problematic. I was gonna mention that next because I will admit, y'all have heard me. I've let it slip out when we have a guest who's like beating around the bush about whether or not they would vote for Donald Trump. If there was a video of him, I don't want to get banned on this account too, but there's a video of him raping a child, and they're tiptoeing around it. I have said something along the lines of like, well, if you had given me the hypothetical, but with Kamala, I would have answered it immediately. I wouldn't have been a pussy like you, and I would have answered immediately. And then, like after saying it, I'm like, is that problematic? Should I have not said that? I've definitely let it slip out, but I don't know. I don't know if it's wrong to use in that way. And then can't they both be problematic? Like if you aren't sure, just don't say it. Well, okay, so it's not so much about whether or not I should say it. It's the way I've heard it from. I mean, I guess I'll just come out and say it, but like the Black community in particular. Back when I lived in an area where I was around a lot of Black men in particular. It wasn't used in the way, in a gendered way. But now I'm hearing from all of y'all that it's not even necessarily how it's being used currently, but because of the roots of how it's used, it would still be a problem. Excuse me. I always found that word hypocritical when used that way. So like I guess for me, well, part of the reason I'm asking that question is I would feel a little bit strange criticizing a Black person for using that word. But like I get where everyone's coming from. That's all I'm saying on that. Call out people in your own communities is a good guideline. That's fair. And let me tell you, misogyny is pretty rampant in the Levantine community. So there's a lot to call out on my front as well. Is Dean actually here, or are y'all trolling? Okay. I did get another video. Hold on. I just have to read a couple texts, everybody. Give me 1 second. Dean, say hi. Don Lemon is here.
Okay, so hold on. You gotta stop. I can talk to you for way longer, but you and I have been talking for too long.
Yeah.
Listen.
Okay. Thank you for bringing me up. Greatly appreciate it. Great
Hey,
discussion.
before you go,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Sorry about our last interaction. I know it wasn't like the best, and I didn't show the best of myself. I tend to be a little bit overzealous when I get on other panels, and the exchange that we had last time wasn't the best. But I appreciate you coming back. I appreciate you coming up here. And
I am too. You know, I can get radicalized myself. I apologize. I think we had a very great discussion. You know, and we'll have different views, but it's good to be able to come together and talk about it in a dignified and honorable way. And I appreciate how you talked. You know, like it was vastly different. You know, I didn't get the term like racist, homophobic. You know, call this.
I'm gonna be honest. I was never apologizing to this guy. So like W to Santana. After what that guy said, I was never apologizing to this guy. So like props to Santana for doing that. I wouldn't have either, but he's a better person than me. He was nicer to that guy than people in the community, in my opinion. This live was pre-recorded. Wait, what? Dan, when are you gonna find out who Nagito is? Seeing Dean is like that one clip of Danny Gonzalez or Curtis is here. So what creators is Santana having an issue with? Not creators. Just people in a Discord that are I guess blowing things really out of proportion. Dan, do you love playing Danganronpa? It has no platforming. Oh, you would love, sorry. This AI Dan is almost as good as the real Dan. Yeah, the real Dan is still dealing with the Halo top. This is the AI covering. All right, y'all. I think it's time to end the live, right? We covered everything. We covered Santana's apology. We covered the drama with the Discord people. It seems like at least two of them. So there was three main people that we heard about. One of them, total piece of shit, said that Santana should get on his knees and apologize, and he never apologized. I don't know if they're what their pronouns are, but they never apologized for saying that. Total piece of shit. The other two have at least said that they either didn't have the full context or took things too far. So, I mean, a little bit of progress there. I think we're good. We covered some SNL clips. JJ, she, her. Okay, apologies, JJ. Well, I mean, not apologies. It's a piece of shit. So, but either way, even if someone's a piece of shit, you shouldn't misgender them knowingly. Okay. With 4,000 government workers fired Friday, how many podcasts do you think were started today? Oh my God. The live not ending, y'all. Okay. What are we doing? Thank you for having nuance, unlike Santana just now. Dan is trick-or-treating us. Mario. Okay, Whitney, as much as I want to play Mario, there's two reasons not to. Two big ones. One, the controller is acting up again. And two, it is almost 3 a.m. 3 a.m. And then please Irish goodbye us for your own good. The controller. Last guess. Oh my God. Remember, oh my God, remember when we used to get so many guests that I would go last guest, last guest, last guest? Those are the days, huh? I'm still traumatized from that live, Dan. What else do you have to do? LOL, not like you'll go to bed. No, okay, so here's the thing. Whitney, if it was just me, fuck it. We'll be up all night. I remember Dean Raid, 20K studio. If it was just me, but my girlfriend Mac is gonna wake up for work in like 3 hours, and then she's gonna come over here after her shift in like 13 hours. And if I'm just waking up, it's like super rude, right? Thank you, Rick, for covering this. Even though my views don't align, the visibility is important. Well, we should stay up to say good morning. So 24-hour live. Chat, he need energy for special activity. No, there's always energy for that. That's not the problem. It's just that, like, then when she wants to go to bed, I'm not gonna be tired, right? Super rude but forgivable. Not after the hilltop. Oh wait, where did Tashika go? I don't know. Get off that woman. Wait, what? Why? She had sent me a picture and said you should show this picture to chat. See if I can find it. She went and made a video after Ashby muted her. Wait, who did? Tashika? Wait, did you make a video about Ashby? I'm joking. Oh, okay. Reset. She was really invested. I would run. She loves any drama related to Dean, let's be honest. Yeah. I'm not even sure. I can't even remember the reason that she blocked me. It was either because I dropped her that one time for calling for Dean's death, or for the Peyton situation. Or both. You guys think Jones is watching? I don't think so. I think it was about the 7-hour live. No, I don't think it was about that. I think it was both. Yeah. Who is Tashika? I'm out of the loop. I'm so jealous of that person. After she joined UFA. No. I was blocked for a while before she joined UFA. We should see if Z is okay with it. What happened to Law of the Wild? Is there tea for that? I think he's just left TikTok. I actually don't think there's any tea related to it. Which really sucks because it was right after I got the follow back. Oh, Rainbow Gelato. There is so much tea about that. But we're not getting into that tonight because I'm going to bed. After I find this picture, hold on. I feel like TikTok is my little alternate universe. The drama is insane. All right, Jafer, what do you think about my lives being just covering the political dramas on TikTok instead of just leave the debates to like Pickles and them, you know? Yeah, does anyone got updates on UFA? They had a statement after Charlie got kirked. I can't remember what the statement was though. But they did put out a statement. Pretty sure they disbanded. Let's get Hassan versus Destiny in here. Is it bad I don't like either of them? Even I know there's like big beef between them, but like I don't want to pick a side. just let them fight. Like John Cornyn and Ken Paxton. Just I don't fuck with either of them either. Okay, all right, cool. No, it's not bad. Thank God you don't. Was UFA at Utah when it happened? Okay, so I don't know if like the organization was there on purpose, but apparently the person who was asking the question when Kirk lost weight was on the tour. So I don't know who that creator was, but like they obviously like saw it, which is traumatizing, I'd imagine. Hassan versus his own dog. Oh, yeah, I haven't seen a lot of that drama. I have heard about it, but I haven't seen it. Hold on, I have a new meme. All right, y'all. See that guy? See that our president? See that guy? Okay, I was finding I was finding the picture. 1 second. Somebody cut his internet. Okay. I was finding the picture. Hold on. Scrolling. Okay. The problem is, as I'm looking for the picture of me and Mac, I'm seeing a lot of memes that I want to show you guys. Oh man, the screenshots. Oh my god. Okay. Gotta scroll past those. Problem is, I don't remember when the picture was taken. Does anyone remember when oh, I got it. I got it. I got it. Okay, we're good. Okay, so these shirts were made by Sid, our mod, our oldest mod. Well, longest serving mod, not the oldest, but you know what I mean. It says no pivots without concessions, and I mean, I think it's really cute. And she mentioned like this is a good picture to show the chat. Longest lasting mod. She got through 2 mod Civil Wars. Okay, so that is why I need to go to bed early, or go to bed soon and not stay up all night. I want to make her happy. I love our girlfriend. I know a thing or two about mod Civil Wars. Cigarettes. First experience with debate talk infighting, kind of nervous. Oh, sweet summer child. I know it's off topic, but what are y'all's thoughts on toilet paper? Us wanting to make their own halftime. Oh, Toilet Paper USA. I think it's just racist. Like they're just like, oh, this person is not white. We're having our like. What other reason is there? Like, is Bad Bunny some kind of like anti-American revolutionist? No, he's just a dude that sings in Spanish sometimes. It's like blatant racism, right? I still have nightmares about the mod Civil War. He's Antifa Dan. Oh, right. Okay, shout out Subu, RTP's falsetto voice, and Neely. Thank you for being the top 3 tappers in this very unorthodox live. I don't know the next time I'm gonna be live, to be honest. So this is it for a while, I think. Crybrave. Sweet release. Wait, are there some of you that are just that want to leave but aren't because it hasn't ended? Let us into the Discord. Oh, right. There's probably this is it. Our dying. I've been waiting for like when my animes are seasonal. Let us sleep. Wait, no, you should go to sleep. Okay. All right. I love you all. First, Twitch and YouTube. I'm gonna end your lives first. Have a good night, Twitch and YouTube.